Yo, yo, what's up, man? What's the song? Victim mentality. Yo, Iriel, what's up? How are you? Yo, 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 welcome, welcome. I'm a bit ill again, and that's why I'm eating soup. Yo, what's up, Adi? You're looking more and more like Kratos as the day go. Why Kratos, bro? I don't know. No idea, bro. I'm 30, man. Maybe that's why. I'm getting older. So I have some news for you. We're gonna have a hookah lounge in the coming days. Probably next week. It's gonna be a Steve player versus versus a law player. The Steve player is called Hyperabors. Do you know him? He's around GOD1 at the moment. Yo, salam. Yes, Hyperabors. And the law player is called City Cobra. But he goes under different aliases online. There was some beef about cherry picking and stuff, plugging. And they agreed to do a first to 10. Now I'm curious who's gonna win this, because I'll be honest, bro, I don't know. I really don't. Yeah, the first to 10 I was talking about, yeah. It's gonna be toxic, for sure. And I'm gonna probably have big nose for commentary. Like the good old times, you know? And we can say faggot and everything and bad words because this is YouTube. So it's gonna be an even better hookah launch. Nase, ja. LMFAO. Can use slurs. Slurs for beef sets are something. It's part of the culture. Don't you think? We're gonna watch some GM video soon. Fighting GM. He made like some talks about Lee, and I was like, why not react? Tekken and slurs go hand in hand. Someone told me that the more slurs a Kazuya player uses, the faster is his electric. These are the tales they say on the street, so. I'm inclined to believe it. I gotta be top 3. Okay. Let's how many viewers do we have? We can slowly start, no?
Type of tier list. So yeah, I'm gonna make a tier list on
All right. Bro, this OST is my fucking soundtrack, I swear to God. Don't you think it fits me so well? This is our soundtrack, bro. Salam, salam. Mist. Okay. I wait like 1 more minute and then we start. How was everyone's day, by the way? What is this fucking weird ass list? You have Angel, Jin, you have Devil, and Devil Kazuya, and Devil, and fucking Azazel. Eh? What are these characters, bro? So we're gonna take Kazuya and Devil Kazuya separate, or what? That's mad. Pretty decent. This week I arrived in Sicily. Oh, nice.
Lee's best matchups and his worst matchups. So let's start with the top, which is the worst matchups, and I'm gonna put King on the top of the tier list. The
King?
reason why King is one of Lee's worst matchups is for a lot of reasons. Jaguar Step, which is back 3+4, evades just about all of Lee's pokes. His slide mix-ups, it just completely gets out of Lee's range.
But doesn't Jaguar Step evade everyone's pokes? Like, that's not Lee specific, is it?
And also makes Lee whiff a lot. So by King doing the Jaguar Step, the back 3+4, he doesn't really need to worry about a lot of stuff that Lee has to do when it comes to playing neutral with pokes or setting up counter hits. When it comes to setting up counter hits, 4-4 1+2 to push pretty much stops all counter hit game. It's way too fast. King's Muscle Buster armor also goes through all of Lee's pokes. He just counters Lee's way too hard. He also punishes Lee really hard with his lows while staying at 1-2, whatever that homing move is. So yeah, this is like one of Lee's worst matchups is King. I will put June up here. Reason why.
Any Lee players in the chat? Any Lee players? Why is King specifically a bad matchup for Lee? Like, I don't understand his argumentation, because the things that he says applies to everyone when you fight against Lee. I don't really understand it.
Take too much risk for playing a counter hit game. She punishes Wei Lee too hard just for poking. Cans, punch parry, 4-1 plus 2 in heat. Her crouch punishment is a full screen wall splat, so she could do that on Lee's lows. Her standing punishment is mad strong against Lee. It's just really hard for Lee to fight her. So yeah, these are some of Lee's worst matchups. Another one that I'll put up here is Lily. She could literally sidestep every single thing Lee has. like everything. She can even sidestep Hitman 1+2 on hit, and she can also crush Hitman 1+2 with Matterhorn. So she could just option select all of these stuff, and then she's so +2 when she's rushing down because her plus frame moves high crush, so you can't really counter
Yo,
hit
yo.
back when she's pressuring you with Magic 4-2-2-3. So yeah, Lily just shuts him down and just could step all of his stuff. So that's not a very good matchup for Lee. Another matchup that I consider to be not very good is Lee versus Safina is extremely hard. Reason why, she could backdash out of everything. When Lee's in heat and he does anything that goes in the heat, she could backdash out of all options. So that's why this matchup ain't great. And then when she's in her tarantula stance, it's hard for Lee to hit her out of it. She just crushes Lee very well. Punch parry. But the backdash is the most important thing.
Okay, now just chronologically, I would say then like Azuka should be next to Jun normally, no? Like I expect Azuka to be in that list. Like in worst matchup.
In the matchup, that makes it really, really hard for Lee to be able to deal with her. Good thing about this matchup though is that Lee can punish her lows pretty hard. So I will put this bad actually. It's not the worst, but it's like Lee has some stuff that he could punish her, but it's bad.
Azuka.
Let's see what else that I consider a bad matchup.
And Ling Xiaoyu.
I think Elisa versus Lee is really, really bad. But that's just because she could sidewalk out of everything. So he has to be really, really careful.
You know why I don't understand why this character is not next to Lily? It's because the only thing that she doesn't have is Matterhorn, that's it. But she can step also.
Against her. But he could punish her pretty well and stuff like
and her range control is better than hers.
that. He has some mind games against Chainsaw.
Lee can't get
down 3, full combo and stuff like that. So, but it's bad just because of the sidestep. But in general, I think he's alright against her.
Okay.
Let's see who else.
Yo.
I'll put Dragunov in bad. Reason why his
Dragunov
movement is too good. He could sidewalk out of Lee's stuff. Too much plus to be able to counter hit back. Punishes Lee's lows way too hard. He could just out neutral Lee. So while sidewalking and stuff. So this 1+2 for the lows and then just stepping everything is really bad. So yeah, this is one of Lee's worst matchups is Dragunov. For sure.
Okay, I expected that to be even.
Why? Too much crushes. Can't really sidewalk her too much with Lee neither. He has to kind of like take a lot of her mix-ups and stuff. So he has to play a counter hit game back and forth with her. So it's really hard to deal with her. Like really, really hard. So I'll put her up here just because it's too hard to deal with all her stuff. Let me think about these matchups. I think Brian versus Lee is even pretty much because they both kind of doing the same stuff to each other. They both going for counter hits and stuff. So yeah, this matchup is pretty even. Obviously, Brian is a better character, but they kind of doing.
That surprises me. For him, Dragunov is more of a problem than Brian. Did you expect that? I certainly didn't. Very surprising.
The same stuff towards each other. Brian has to risk getting counter hitted, and then Lee has to be careful doing keep out because of 3+4 and all that stuff. So
what is by many?
So this matchup is pretty even. I think Kazuya versus Lee is pretty even just because they could punish each other really, really hard. Like, he gets twin for lows, he gets twin pistons.
I don't agree. I think it's in favor of Lee. What do you think? Lee versus Kazuya. I think Lee is good against Kaz, you know. So this would be my reasoning. Kazuya can punish his lows very heavy, but Lee can punish his lows also very heavy. But the addition on Kazuya being punished is standing. So Kazuya gets punished standing also severely. Like everything that you do on against Lee, you get that. I think it's called acid rain, right? You get that acid rain punish into follow up, and you're in the bin. Like you can't even do 1 down forward 2 against Lee. The round is like do 2 down forward 2 on block against Lee. The round is over quicker than you can blink. He gets outpoked. He is faster than Kazuya. And he crushes Kazuya. Kazuya has no crushing. And Lee's keep out is also better. I don't know. It feels for me like I wouldn't... like I used to think it is the worst matchup, but I do nowadays think it's just bad. Because in these matchups here, like Lily and Aliza, you really have no chance. Okay, let me show you something interesting. This is Kazuya. And the stage is Lily or Aliza. And now you're trying to like win the round, and you know you need to be perfect. When you fuck up one time, you get blown up. And then you start the next round. But Lee is maybe not that severe, not that bad. I give you that. So yeah. Okay, I would have put him here. He puts him here, fair enough.
And, he could punish Lee pretty hard on standing punishment. It's the same Brian. Brian gets really good punishment on Lee, too, for the guessing race. So, but, Lee could use their speed against both of them. So, it's pretty even. Let me see what else. There's a lot of matchups. I think this matchup is bad. Double Gen. It's hard for Lee to deal with him because he's so evasive. He evades way too much. He evades too much, and it's kind of hard to control him with Lee.
Devil Jin is worse for Lee than Kazuya. Okay.
Because everything is either evasive or something really explosive. It's hard for Lee to fight neutral against somebody so explosive. So I think out of all the Mishimas, Double Jin is like Lee's worst matchup when it comes to fighting him. He just crushes too much. Is flying all over the place. It's hard to maintain.
It's more gimmicks.
His crushing is too good. I think anybody with good crushing is good against Lee. I think Jin is kind of even against Lee. It's not the greatest, but it's not the worst. It's not the greatest, but it's not the worst. So I'll put this here because Lee could use the speed, but then Jin has some good crushing and stuff, so it's pretty even. Yeah,
worst to best. We are at even at the moment.
I think Lee against Nina is good. Like she could poke him up and stuff like that, but I think Lee could play good neutral against her. It's not too bad. I think Lee versus Law is even because he has to rely on jabs. They kind of do the same stuff against each other, so it's pretty even. They could punish each other around really good. Stuff against Steve, but Steve also has good stuff against Steve, so I'll put it even. Even though the Steve you gotta be really careful. He potentially could be in a bad matchup, Steve.
Bro, I think Lee. Sorry, Lee. I think Steve is a male Link Xiaoyu. For me personally, I don't know how you see it, but Steve is Ling. I don't know, like you cannot touch the character. Sometimes he's so evasive that it surprises me even at times, and it also surprises me the fact that I cannot sidestep his things. Like he just does like 1, 2 or something, and I think I am already kind of like 80 degrees to his shoulder, and then the right jab somehow hits me, and then he turns around, and I'm like, yeah, I can't sidestep. What am I supposed to do? Always be up. Like when I fight against Lee, I don't even think about stepping anything. I just think about up close battle, just 2D like this. But only on the receiving end, kind of. Like when I want to attack him, then I need to start to use homing and shit because he avoids everything with sways. And yeah, it's a bit weird. And also, when you hit Steve from further away and you have a plus frame situation, you can't take your frames. When you're close and you hit him, then you can. But for example, let's say down back 4, you hit Lee on down back 4 on range 2. When you hit him on that range with down back 4, you can't press. You can't press. I'm not kidding. You can't press because the back tempo avoids everything.
Because he could, like, you can't do armor moves on him. His sway deals with a lot of Lee stuff. Like, yeah, Steve potentially is really good against Lee, but I'll put it here just because Lee has some decent stuff against him. I think Feng is kind of even, but you got to be careful too with Feng. Feng is kind of annoying with Lee. It's kind of annoying because of Kempo and the punch parry, but like I said, Lee punishes him pretty well. So if you do quarter forward 1 and then down back 3 and then Lee's counter hit game is kind of good because Feng is kind of slow up close, so he just punishes Feng real well. But of course you gotta worry about punch parry and Kempo and stuff. Let's see who else. I think Shaheen beats Lee, but the reason why is because he out neutrals Lee, man. He out neutrals Lee, and it's kind of hard for Lee to try to like play a solid ground game against Shaheen. Like his neutral is too good, and his frames kind of overlap Lee stuff. So yeah, the Shaheen versus Lee is not that great for Lee. I think Lee's good against Reina. He could punish her really hard, sidestep a lot of stuff. So yeah, Lee's really good against Reina. He could punish her and deal with a lot of her things. Lars, yeah, Lars is a tricky one. I don't really know. It might be even, I guess, but that's a tricky one for sure. That is a very, very tricky one. Lee's bad against
You played him?
You just don't have a lot of tools to play a counter hit.
I want to play him.
He could kind of rush Lee down without having to worry about too much stuff. So I will put him there. Asuka, obviously, because Lee has to be really careful playing that counter hit game on her. She could like crush a lot of his stuff. It's really stupid. Punch parry and all that is really dumb. Yoshimitsu.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to play him if I'm in America. I don't play underleg. You know how I am. I get pissed.
Since he's nerfed, it's kind of even now. If you know how to fight Yoshi, if you don't, then it's rough.
Yo, Adonis.
Clive is terrible against Lee. For Lee, he just evades too much parries and stuff. He's kind of corny to deal with all that stuff. He outranges Lee too, so it's just hard to fight him with Lee. It's really hard. Heihachi's good for Lee. There's nothing Heihachi has that Lee has to struggle against, just with neutral and stuff. Asuka versus Lee is even. They both could hurt each other really, really well. When it comes to like just basics, they both crush each other pretty well. Lee versus Jack, I think it's good. is not too bad. I think Lee punishes him pretty well. Jack has some decent stuff against Lee, but I think Lee is good against him. Paul is a rough one.
How's the finger?
Even.
It hurts. Like when I press it.
Him, you should be
I don't know what I'm doing, bro. I swear. When I play the, just tense up too much.
I think Eddie.
I didn't have this problem back in the day.
I think it's pretty even because of the backdash and a lot of his relaxed stuff is a little hard for Lee to deal with. Lee is really good against Lee because you could just punish Lee mad hard with Lee's own tools. It's kind of rough.
Old man, yeah.
Lydia?
You're getting older. I go as far as to say Lydia is one of the characters in the roster who no one has a good matchup against. Who has a good matchup against Lydia? You know, it's impossible. Why? Because it doesn't matter what character you play, the sequence is the same. You got to take that sequence, and if you guess right, you guess right. And if you guess wrong, you guess wrong. There's like, okay, maybe Yoshi. He can just parry everything, then that's special. But overall, I would say 95% of the roster suffers the same way everyone else does, right? This power crush and heat engager has gone, nobody has good. Like, you can't do really anything. That's why Lydia is probably... Like, if I would need to look at the roster and say which matchup is the least fun in terms of Tekken, like the amount of Tekken you play, I would say Lydia is in the top 5. With Clive. Ling must be there too, so that's 3. Then probably Asuka. And the last one I let you decide. Either June, Alisa, Zafina. Yeah. Clive is horrible to play. Bro, Clive, I swear. Yesterday I was playing against a Clive player. And yeah, I won one game, I lost one game, I won one game again, but it felt like I played a mini game. It didn't feel like I played Tekken. You know how you play, for example, GTA or something? You go into an arcade and then you use the arcade machine within the game to play another game. That's Clive. When I see Clive, it's like, oh, okay, we're gonna do something now and then we play next game Tekken again.
Might be in bad, honestly, just because she forces Lee to block a lot and have to guess a lot. It's hard options to like Lydia with Lee. I don't like that matchup. Claudio is like, I don't know. I don't know if Claudio's that great. Is Lee that good against Claudio, man? It's kind of hard. Yeah, I'll put him there because he can't punish Claudio that hard and that short Yukon stuff. Like, it's not that great.
I kid you not. Even Fakumram, people say, yeah, he's not that good. I disagree. Every single character that you see here is somewhat broken. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's like everyone is so OP. When you say a character is like good to fight against, then he's just not as bad as the other ones, but he's also bad. Don't you agree with me there? Like, no matter who you fight against, it's just not as bad. But it is bad. Like, they made the game so volatile and so broken that I don't like to fight anyone almost. Like, I don't like to play this game out, so that's normal, I guess. Hey, actually, is actually bottom 1. I can prove it by my win rate. Kazuya has one of the worst win rates, actually. But I played Heihachi. yesterday. I must say he is pretty easy to pilot. Like, he's very easy to pilot. I took him yesterday 5 minutes because I needed to play Arslan Ash in Tekken King ranks. And then, yeah, I got the grasp of it really quick. There's not much to it. You don't need to put so much time into him. If you can just do the inputs, give it a week, and you can play Heihachi optimal. It's really interesting how they designed this character. That was not the case in Tekken 7, I assure you.
Gotta be mad careful. Paul is kind of bad too. He punishes Lee way too hard. You gotta be mad careful when it comes to spacing and stuff. It's kind of annoying. I think Lee versus Victor is even against Leo.
What do you think about Jin?
Lee's pretty good against Leo. She's slow.
I think Jin is not in this top 5 vibe anymore, or top 10. He is still strong and whatnot, and he has broken shit, but I feel like Jin is one of those characters where you can, when you have very good defense, you can turtle against Jin. Like, you can just stand there and turtle. Some characters don't allow that. You need to do something. Against Jin, you can also hold back a little bit. In my opinion. Unless you can't break throws, obviously you're gonna get blown up. And when you have like, I don't know, the TheMainManSWE reaction time, then maybe also his lows are very problematic. But other than that...
Oh. And then the last one is the Bears, right? Lee used to be... I think it's good against the Bears. It used to be really bad in season 1, but now it's fine. But yeah, that's about it with this matchup tier list. This is what I think, and let me know what you guys think in the comments. Of do
you think he's the most easy?
You think is bad and what you think is good. But yeah, man, just be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see y'all in the next video. Peace out, take care.
The most easy Mishima would probably be Heihachi. And then Reina. I think Heihachi is maybe a bit easier than Reina. But they are pretty easy, both of them. Like, Reina and Heihachi are really easy. And then maybe Jin. And then maybe Kazuya. And then maybe Devil Jin. Or maybe Kazuya last. And then Devil Jin second place. I am not so sure about that. It depends on your playstyle. If you want to be very creative and play optimal and this and that, I think Devil Jin is difficult, but so can Kazuya be very, very difficult. So hard to say. I would say just let's pick Devil Jin and Kazuya kinda on the same spot, very hard. And then we pick Jin in the middle. And then we take like Reina and Heihachi also kind of around the same, but on the easy side of things. Especially when you do the combos, like, I can shit combos with like Heihachi. I can just diarrhea on my controller and the combo slaps. Like, it looks also very crazy, but you don't really do anything. That was very astonishing yesterday when I was just trying some combos. Chat was writing something, and I'm very bad at learning new things. I am doing it, and then they were crazy, and I'm like, yeah, but I didn't really do anything for this to look like that. But it is what it is. That's Heihachi. So another video, he has a problem with what the main man said about Kazuya. My cam froze. Alright. Why does that always happen? Mossad. I blame Netanyahu.
We'll react to the main man Sweden's video of Forget Jin. Why Lee is Kazuya's real rival. So some of my people in my chat was telling me I should react to this because it's a Lee matchup thing, and people wanted to see my opinion on this. So I'll watch this video, react to it, and then I'll let you guys know what I think while I watch the video.
My thoughts on Lee being Kazuya's worst matchup. Of course it is. It's a terrible matchup for Kazuya. it's something I'm thinking about right now because I'm about to try and get Kazuya to God 1. And Lee...
Okay, so he says Lee is Kazuya's worst matchup, period. I already don't agree with that, but let's keep watching to see why he thinks so.
is exceptionally popular in EU and very much so in high level. I'm about to encounter a lot of Lees playing Kazuya, and it's gonna be a nightmare. Kazuya has the privilege of having a very dumb attack here in like Scourge. It's a very dumb move.
You get down 1+2.
Because most characters can't launch this, and it's a counter.
That move is really good against Lee though, because a lot of Lee's counter hits, 2-2-3 Magic 4, 4-4-4, 4-4-4-1, 4-4-4-3, all highs, right? So this move is really good to use against Lee, to high crush Lee from you know, going for his high counter hits. Obviously you can't be predictable with it, because if Lee blocks it, he gets a full combo. So it's pretty even in that sense.
Lee can actually launch that with his while sending 2-3.
Yeah, Lee can launch it.
It's like, god damn it, that's a valuable tool removed from me. And
That's the thing. That's a low level mentality. Just because he could block it or launch it, he said that is a tool that's removed from him. You're not supposed to be using that move like a poke anyway. That move is, if I played Kaz, I would use that as a high crushing counter hit tool to try to it's a get off me move. That's what it is.
To be fair, I also agree Kazuya is designed in a way where he has a lot of tools. Yes, Kazuya has a lot of tools. You heard that right. Which you need to decide on which ones are usable in which matchup. For example, down 1+2 in this matchup, well, you wouldn't throw this out. It's not worth it, because you get fucked. Then you have full crouch 3+4, which is really good, but you wouldn't use that against Leo. And you wouldn't use that against Dragunov in Heat, because you get fucked also, right? While standing punish. In other matchups, it's very good, like against Brian, it's really nice and stuff like this. So there you use it more again. Yeah. I mean, you got to choose your weapons depending on the matchup with Kaz. Very important. Don't use everything.
You use it to stop people from mashing highs on you. It's not a move that you use as a poke. So, you know, that's a low level mentality. Be like, yo, he could launch this move, so I can't do it anymore. That's like playing Lee and all your lows are like launch punishable, but you're not going to do them. You're not going to do slide and down 3 just because somebody can launch it, you know?
Kazuya's down for 2 is crucial. It's by far his most important counter at the time. Lee blocks this. Again, I'm not a Lee player, but you know how this...
Yeah, but Lee gets acid rain on everybody's minus 11, 10, 12, 13, whatever. So that's kind of like a whatever thing.
I disagree. That's not a whatever thing. Not if the down 4-2 is detrimental to Kazuya's game plan. You need to throw out down 4-2 occasionally to mid-check, really, with down 4-2. You can't always instant twin piston or something like that, or you can't always do down 4-4 as a mid-check. You can't do down 4-1. You need to use down 4-2 often, very often. And this is the same as when he says like, yeah, but just because you can launch down 3, I'm not gonna stop using it because it's part of the core game plan. This is the same here. Down 4-2 is part of the core game plan, and on each down 4-2 I eat acid rain. 2 down 4-2s, I'm already almost in the bin. Whereas I get insane while standing punish, whereas you get also insane while standing punish, you also get insane standing punish. Then you can always say like, yeah, but Kazuya can launch I-13 perfect electric, but how likely is it me launching you with an I-13 perfect electric in comparison to you acid raining every minus 11? Like, there's no comparison, right? You get perfect electric on while standing 2-3 maybe once in a full moon, whereas I get down 4-2 counter hits, down 4-2 acid rains for free every time.
Kazuya is down 4-2. it's good in a matchup because, like I say, Lee has to play by negatives a lot to get counter hits. So when Lee is like poking up Kazuya to try to get reads with like Magic 4, 4-4-4, down 3, Lee has to be careful with getting hit with Gut Punch. Like, it's a lot of back and forth with the counter hit fishing. So if I do down forward 1 into down 2, Gut Punch will beat me. If I do down forward 1 into down 3, Gut Punch will beat me. If I do down forward 1 into 4-4-4, Gut Punch will beat me. You get what I'm saying? I'll get hit.
Actually, FF4 crushes down 4-2. I'm not making this up. I had this happen. I don't want to boot up Tekken now, but remind me next time we're gonna lab this. This was the case in Tekken 7. You get hit by down 4-2. He does FF4, I do down 4-2, and I get hit and he avoids it somehow. It's so weird. Really.
On counter hit. If I know he's gonna do Gut Punch, obviously you could do Magic 4, 2-2-3. But then if I start doing the highs like that, he could do down 1+2.
Okay, fair enough.
You know? So it's a lot of back and forth.
Used to do that. Excellent, and then here,
Like what,
get fucked.
damage for me attempting a -12 attack. A -12 attack. What else is important? Well, Kazuya benefits greatly from moving around and threatening
ZywSwing.
electric and shit. Lee has amazing space control with 1+2, which in my opinion is his best button.
Yeah, I agree with that 1+2 is his best button, but another thing too, Lee gotta be careful doing 1+2.
How do you do acid rain thing? What's difficult about it? It has a rhythm, a specific rhythm. When you learn that rhythm, you can do it, but you gotta learn the rhythm, rhythm-based execution.
Because it's 21 frames, and Kazuya could Gut Punch him if you think it's gonna come and you get a counter hit. So that's the thing too. Or Kazuya could do an electric, you know. So he's thinking of you know how he's putting into block situations, right? Oh, if Lee blocks down 1+2, he gets a full combo. If he blocks down 4-2, he gets a acid rain punish or whatever. You could put that in the sense of Kazuya blocking Lee stuff too, right? If Kazuya blocks Lee's down 3, he gets Twin Pistons. If Kazuya blocks Lee's Silvertail, crouching down 4-4, he gets Launcher Twin Pistons. If Kazuya blocks Lee's Misstep Low, -13, Kazuya gets Twin Pistons.
Pay attention to him mentioning only lows. Okay, all of these things are just lows. What about the standing punishment? You are taking away our standing tools with Acid Rain, whereas you punish our lows also with the same thing, right? You know that you can punish down back 4 with Acid Rain, right? They do that. So I can't use Twin Piston to punish something standing. Therefore, in the punishment segment, Lee has an advantage. Lee punishes Kazuya more severely than Kazuya can punish Lee. I swear to God. It's no comparison. You can't really do... you can't check him. Like you... I cannot only do while standing 4, down forward 4, forward 4, jab, down forward 1, and try to win the game against Lee. It's impossible.
If Kazuya blocks Lee's down back 3+4, he also gets Twin Pistons. So basically, Kazuya gets a full combo on Lee on more than half of his lows. So in this matchup, Kazuya could mash back and forth with Lee, but it's harder for Lee to deal with Kazuya if Kazuya is blocking well and stepping well, or if he's guessing right.
This, in my opinion, also compounds.
Yeah, what do you mean, bro? If Kazuya steps well, guesses right, and fucking blocks the lows, then he's supposed to not win then, or what? Like... So basically you do everything right and then you win against Lee. Yeah, okay.
Kazuya's range 0 here is bad. So then what Lee does is that he does this move into +2, and then it's just never a good position for Kazuya. Never a good position.
The thing with that, you see how he does 1+2 into jabs? If Kazuya does a jab back, it's gonna trade. The Lee's Hitman jab comes out at 12, so it's gonna trade at 10 frames to come 10. So 1 and 1 is gonna trade. Kazuya also has the punch parry, right? The what is it, 4-4, 1+2, 4-2, I don't know the punch parry. But yeah, Kazuya could punch parry the jab. Kazuya could also do down 1+2 to go underneath the hitman jab, or he could sidestep down. If you sidestep down while Lee's +2, it'll evade almost every single hitman option except hitman 3. But you could just sidestep duck. You know what I'm saying? And same too, if you sidestep and duck and Lee does hitman 4 with tracks, Lee gets Kazuya could punish it because hitman 4 is -13, so Kazuya gets a full combo on hitman 4 also.
Yeah, so what if you step left duck, you can also do while standing 2 free. Huh? Like, I do get it, yeah, the option select is sidestep, left duck, but the same applies to Kazuya, there's no advantage.
In my opinion. Kazuya also, on most of his moves, needs like 20 frames of wind-up on key moves. 20 frames.
What if Lee does another 1+2? Yeah, that's like saying, what if Kazuya does another down 4-2? But to be fair, 1+2 is safe. It is what it is, then he does it again. You gotta call it out if he does it again.
14 frames, 20 frames.
That's almost the same as Lee though. When he's showing lows, Lee's down back 3 is 20 frames. His down back 3+4 is like 21 frames. His 1+2 is 21 frames. His back 4 is 20 frames. So Lee, like his better moves, is kind of slow like Kazuya too.
Etc. 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 All of this is blown.
Lee's better moves are slow. I do disagree. Because in the last video where you made the tier list, GM, you also mentioned Lee's advantage over Kazuya is his speed. So that automatically means that he is good in the fast frames, poking departments, the magic 4s, the fucking jab joints, the fucking down forward 1, the nippy playstyle we call it. It's like that fucking quick gameplay. That's where he excels, not on the slow moves. Or would you disagree, Chad? Lee Chaolon excels in that gameplay. That's his gameplay.
Not by magic 4.
You see how he did down back 4? And then he did 4-4. That's a bad frame trap because the 4-4 was like at 20 frames. So he could have done down back 4. And then he could have done down forward 2. And that would have
But what is that sound all the time in the background? As if someone is hammering on the door.
traded with the magic 4. And
that's not coming from me, by the way.
Trade on down forward 2. Or he could just do down back 4, down 1+2, down back 4, 1-1, stuff like that.
Electric is Kazuya's most important attack, in my opinion.
That's the thing too.
Forward 4 eats it alive.
Yeah, the thing with that, that's a mix though, cause like if I think the Kazuya player is just gonna sidestep and duck to the left, and I run up and do 1+2, and I guess wrong, and I run into electric, I'm getting a full combo. If I guess wrong, he does down forward 2 instead, and I try to go for 4-4-4, I'm gonna get counter hit launched. So there's a lot of guessing. That's like a big guess situation. But you know, if you think electric is coming, you could do it.
Alive. It's just, it's hard counter. Hard counter. And it's only -5 on block.
Yeah, I think he just has a lot of trouble against Lee.
Kazuya, for example, can launch.
Oh, this is getting worse, bro.
As it's -13.
Yep.
But any Lee player with a brain against
My ears are getting massaged from the insides, bro.
Yeah, but that's you basically saying that he can't do none of his lows and he only could do down back 3. That's the thing. That's the thing that's crazy. And obviously you don't want to just do only down back 3 because down back 3's tracking is bad and it's 20 frames and it doesn't crush anything. So just by doing down back 3 a lot, you gotta worry about gut punch, electrics, 1-1-2 jabs. There's a lot of things getting sidewalked and launched, and it's -1 on hit too. So you can't really keep the pressure with it. So this guy, you know, is by Kazuya being able to launch all of these lows, it limits Lee a lot more in the matchup when it comes to poking. When it comes to Lee versus Kazuya, Lee has to be extremely careful poking Kazuya because how hard Kazuya punishes Lee.
Instead, Kazuya tries to play the mid-range, right, with like double fist, dash electric, You can try and dash in a Scourge. Another classic is if you expect, like, say, Magic 4 keep out, whatever, or like typically against other characters trying to play keep out, you can't try and go in with this. Like so.
One thing you could do too, since he has a good whip punch with electric, if you think a character is gonna do keep out, you could just forward dash, back dash, and then electric whip punish. If you think somebody's gonna throw out buttons, that's another thing too. Lee has to be careful. You know how Lee players like to just throw out back fours and stuff and whip stuff. You can't do that on Kazuya because he could launch with electric. So you gotta be careful just doing back fours and stuff.
Lee, of course, God of keep out obliterates all of this with back four.
You could electric that on whiff, electric or 4-4-2.
I also am not a fan as a Kazuya player where I lack evasion, trying to deal with this move constantly. GM was saying Kazuya can punish -13 with electric.
Okay, to be fair, this like power crush is my least problem in this matchup. To be fair, like really my least. I don't even think about this shit. You have a problem with that power crush, bro? It's not like it's whatever. It's okay.
In the entire world, not me, not duelist, not case.
I said that, but you gotta understand the level of talent before is way, like, no offense to people that play now, but the level of talent before is a lot higher than the level of talent now. When I used to play like real top level Mishima players, and they used to launch get up kicks with electrics, while staying 2-3 with electric, all different types of stuff like that. Obviously, the average Kazuya player that plays now is not gonna be able to do that. And I don't expect anybody to play Kazuya to be able to do that, but it's something that's possible to do. But obviously, the average person can't do.
Is he dissing me now also, or what's going on here?
Obviously, but it's still something that's possible in the game.
Yeah, not a single.
Oh, I swear to God, even Ikari Mishima from Korea said I have the craziest execution he's ever seen. And I am punishing while standing 2-3 with electric.
Blocks a hop kick. You know, hop kicks universally -13. It is the most predictable.
Yeah, so a lot of these guys in the chat are laughing, but they started playing Tekken like 2 weeks ago, and they just turned 8. You know what I'm saying? So it's something that's possible, but obviously somebody's not gonna do it. That's why I didn't brought it up, because people don't have the talent to do it. So there's no point in me bringing something up like that.
Well,
that is mad, bro. Let me get some water. This is getting interesting. So, let's see the scripts. This is getting interesting, bro.
For electric here. A lesser Kazuya player will do 1-1-2.
I'm not sure anyone takes GM seriously anymore. Well, you're dumb, and that's why you stuck at red rank. Jane is removed.
An elite Kazuya will do down by 1-2 with no hesitation. So that is just incorrect. He's everywhere at God 2. No, I was just talking about that, Ducky. That's
Yeah,
the
like
introduction.
somebody said on Twitter that I said the best Kazuya players back then used to do it. Yeah, they used to do it. Now, you know, dudes ain't really that nice like that, so they can't do it. But ever since I saw the video of Seika about GM, I just can't take anything from him seriously. That's cool. I have a lot of experience though, and I won mad tournaments, and I still could bust your ass, so it don't really matter at the end of the day, right? I'll still beat you and talk about Tekken while I beat you.
This little
So it really don't matter.
I'm to try and get God 1 on Kazuya.
This is
But I
getting
know
funny,
full
man.
well that one of my worst matchups, or arguably the worst matchup, is everywhere at those ranks. Lee is very popular with, like, you know, elite Tekken players in Europe. So it's gonna be a nightmare, and it's something I'm trying to get ready for. And I'm thinking
It's recent,
about
5 days
how
ago.
I'm going to try and handle it. Yeah. I mean, it's also a fact that League players are always amazing Tekken players. They are.
That's a complete lie. Most League players are terrible at Tekken.
Can somebody clip that? Send it to every fucking Lee, bro. In ranked. The fucking dickheads. Every Lee is dog shit.
They are.
That's a complete lie. Most League players are terrible at Tekken, and all they do is spam back 3-3 and slide. They horrible. So I don't
Fuck
agree with that
these
statement
Lee
either.
players, man.
Players. It doesn't matter like at what rank you are. If you're at Garyu, I mean, I'm sorry, I know it's seen as glazing, but it's a fact. If you're at Garyu, chances are the lead players at that rank will be the best Tekken players at Garyu.
I disagree with that. I don't know what he talking about, but more than 90% of the people that play League are horrible. They can't poke, they can't move, and they just rely on the same flow charts over and over. So I highly disagree with that.
Same at Fujin, same at Tekken God rank. League players are always exceptional Tekken players.
False.
They have a lot of they play
False.
timing. Like, timing is
Horrible.
a crucial thing about
I like it
Tekken.
when the main man is trying to get plus points with the LGBTQ community, and then he starts to say like, yeah, Lily players are one of the most fundamentally sound tech players we have.
They don't have no timing because none of them go for counter hit setups. They just do back 3-3 all day.
You can talk about a million core mechanics, you can talk about a million details in terms of being a strong Tekken player. At the end, where you know the matchups, you know the flowcharts, it comes down to timing. Do I
You
know
remember
what to
that?
press or not? And mixing up my own attacks. My own.
You know the funny thing about that is what he's talking about. You could do that with Kazuya too. You could do that with any character with counter hits. That's not a League specific thing, you know. So it's kind of a cap.
Timing right. When do I mix you? When do I press? At the end of the day, it's not so much about like, you know, Kazuya player tries to 50-50 you, right? Oh, is he gonna do this, or is he going to do this?
Yeah, it's a mix up.
This
4-4-2.
here, I don't know why they still do this in after such a long time, but FF3 and Hell Sweep is not a mix-up, bro. Like, maybe when you play on dogshit connection, this and that, yeah, but we don't use FF3 to be on hit. Like, FF3 is... It's not... It's too slow, bro. Like, it's... Maybe you ducking, you see FF3, you stand up. Like, no cap. You don't use FF3 for the legit... When you want to do a legit mix, like a legit fucking mix, yeah? You do instant twin piston, you do instant while standing 2, you do instant FF2, you do instant hell sweep. This is a mix. Like here you can mix, okay, but with FF3 you cannot mix with FF3. FF3, the positioning is just good after on block, because the opponent is in while standing, and Kazuya's options with sidestep electric are nice. You know, you can do sidestep electric when he opts for going for a move that is like maybe tracking or homing, which is slower. Then you can maybe do down 4-2, like when how Kazuya do FF3 on block, and then down 4-2. The lesser Kazuya players, like the main man says, they, after some time playing Kazuya, they notice sometimes when they hit FF3 and they do down 4-2, somehow it works, and then they just do it like a flowchart. But in reality, on FF3 mind game is in the following. Depending on where you hit it on block, then there's a distance control. You can do 1 backdash electric depending on how you hit it. When you're too close, then you do sidestep electric. In case he does a while standing, like maybe while standing 4, which is like steppable to the right side, you do electric, he gets hit. Or he does like a move, which is like, let's say I-16 or something, or from while standing to catch your step, and then you interrupt him with a down 4-2. And then after some time, when you outpace him in that little mind game, he's starting to respect you after FF3, even though it's his turn. Like, these are different mind games, but you don't mix with Hell Sweep and FF3. You know? Bro, FF3 is so dog shit that when my FF3 in ranked hits, I forget to do the combo. Like, I be like, oh shit, why did he get hit? I run up and do a down forward 1, down forward 2 instant.
People start mixing their timing. It's all about mixing the timing.
Yeah, that's what makes a wave dash hard to block. That's what makes the mix up hard to block. When you fight somebody good that can mix it up, the timing. If your time is predictable, your slide, your hell sweep and stuff is always gonna get blocked.
Or trying to like beat your opponent's fuzzy because we're gonna fuzzy mix-ups.
Yeah, but even if you fuzzy, you're still gonna get hell sweep.
Players are insanely good at Tekken, like insanely good at Tekken. So it's like a perfect storm of problems. That's what I'm going to encounter very soon.
All right, so his issue. This is what I'm gonna say about this. He's looking at the matchup to like a 1 frame of glasses, and what I mean by that is like, to me this matchup is even, right? Because one, Kazuya could punish him really hard. Like I said, he could launch all his lows, and like his -13 stuff, he could punish it pretty hard with back 1-2 and.
Can you hit me with FF3
Kazuya
often?
Defensively, it's hard for Lee to establish a poke game against Kazuya, because Kazuya can launch all his stuff. So Lee got to be mad careful.
If I get hit by FF3, it's most likely my first game of the day.
That knows how to sidewalk Lee, I gotta be careful. I gotta start 1+2, and of course I gotta be careful doing that because of electric, 1-1 and down 4-2. And obviously when I fish for high counter hits, I gotta worry about down 1+2 and stuff like that. But then obviously Lee could launch down 1+2, and I could punish down 4-2 or whatever, and I could use my speed to deal with Kazuya's buttons. But yeah, there's a cap. This is not Kazuya's worst matchup. I think if you just kind of like brain dead and just kind of just mash your way and just play like, you know, using down 1+2 as a poke and 1-1 and stuff like that, you get bodied. But I think the matchup is pretty even. I don't think the matchup is in anybody's favor, to be real with you, because Lee has good stuff against Kazuya, and Kazuya has good stuff against Lee because he punishes Lee well.
Yeah, I do disagree. I think it's in slightly in the advantage of Lee. Definitely. Because what we have on the while standing punishment, let's say the whole truth then at least. While standing punishment, when you space your low correctly, I can't do twin piston. So my punish whiffs. Just simple as that. I can't even do it. So if you know the spacing well, you can fuck me up often for it. Then on top of that, what I get on while standing, you get that on standing also. Like I block your fucking shit standing and do normal punishes. You block my shit low and standing and you get acid rain. I am fucked. Like, I can't check Lee whatsoever unless I use like while standing 4 down forward 4, and eventually I will reach my limits with using only those moves. So you gotta take a risk, but yeah. Eat 2 acid rains and then the rounds, look at how quickly it is over. 2 free acid rains, you're in the bin. Yeah.
And Lee is good against Kazuya because you could go on the electric and you know, you could punish him correctly and use your speed to deal with his buttons. But yeah, this is not Lee's worst match. Kazuya's worst matchup. I don't agree. I think it's even. Both of them could beat each other. You just gotta be solid. I used to think it was in Kazuya's favor in older Tekken games, but in this game, since Lee has a better offense now, he could deal with Kazuya a little bit better in this game than he could in other games. Like in Tekken 7, it was highly in Kazuya's favor because Lee didn't really have no plus, so it made it really hard to poke Kazuya because you get launched.
Bro, I swear to God, Lee was such a Kazuya killer in Tekken 7. It was unreal. I did like a Korea event, Hookah Lounge. I Am Your Father versus Boa Love B. And I talked with them after the stream also. The stream is still on my channel. First to 10, I think Boa lost, what, 10, 2 or 3. He got absolutely bodied because of Acid Rain. And then, yeah, we talked, and then he said, yeah, but the thing is, Lee is like Kazuya's worst matchup, and I Am Your Father also agreed, so even though I Am Your Father hates Kazuya, like, there's so many clips where he says, I hate Kazuya, I hate, and stuff like that, but Lee was like, with Steve and Lily, the holy trinity for Kazuya. Legit, like, Lee fucked Kazuya, Lily fucked Kazuya, Steve fucked Kazuya, Alisa fucked Kazuya. Raven.
Everybody, this is the one and
yeah,
only
but
fighting.
Raven didn't fuck Kazuya because of the same reasons. With Raven, it was a bit different. I don't think Raven was like with Raven. You just needed to have superb knowledge. These other characters, they don't really matter. Like Alisa, if you have knowledge or not, you get bodied. Let's see what else he has. Tekken 8 Guna patch. Shall we watch that? What's with Lee players and hating Kazuya? GM also clearly hates Kazuya. I don't know. If you would ask him, he wouldn't say he hates Kazuya, I think. And for the other Lee players, who hates Kaz? I don't know. I don't give in to Goon vid. Let's just watch this until I know what we watch next. You gonna play Tekken 7 in the future? I don't give a shit about Tekken, man. I might play Tekken 8 a little bit. But I can't be asked to download Tekken 7.
What's good, everybody? This is the one and only GM, and today I'm gonna tell
Fuck
you guys
Tekken.
there's a new patch that dropped for Tekken.
When is Resident Evil coming
Let's
out?
read the patch notes. This patch brings balance adjustments and new items to the shop. So yeah, let's check this. Let's check this out and see what's good with it. Let's see what's new.
Do you have any hopes for Tekken? Yeah, for Tekken 9 I have hopes.
Update, download replays, replay videos before the update. Will
Tekken
not
8 is
be
over.
available.
Yeah, 2XKO, we're gonna play that in a weekend.
Also, behavior and performance adjustments apply for each character after the update.
February to oh shit. Still a long time.
Will not be deleted.
Silent Hill
You
F.
can check your win rate against each character.
Bro, you know what pisses me off about Silent Hill F? The advertisement about it. That F, they pretend as if it stands for feminism, and it plays during the time of like female empowerment and all this fucking shit against like, bro. When you read it, you be like, what is this? Is this Silent Hill or is this some fucking DEI fucking Jewish shit? Fuck that, man.
This can help identify characters that require counter strategies. That's good. But the only issue is that it's only rank match, right? So if you stop playing rank and only do like quick match or player match, it's not gonna tell you how well you do against every character. It's only rank match. So I think they need.
I don't have a hope for Tekken 8. No, Tekken 8 is over.
They need to make it so you could play long sets in rank. Only 2 out of 3 in rank is whack. So that's why nowadays I just play quick match, because I could play first to 5s and first to 10s.
Tekken 8's success is not gonna go beyond this like 5k players a month.
I think it's whack. They should let you play a full set so you could really see
I guarantee
if you're
you
better than your opponent and whatnot. Characters with match history will now be prioritized for display. Data for characters and stages with no match history will now show. For data that supports seasonal switching, the season name will now be displayed alongside. In version 205, adjustments have been made for hitboxes and collision detect to address unintended behaviors. Improvements have been made to sound effects, voiceovers, and visual effects to enhance the overall quality. So, regarding battle balance adjustments, in version 205, adjustments have been made primarily to hitboxes and collision detection to address unintended behaviors. Improvements have been made to sound effects, voiceovers, and visual effects to enhance overall quality. Made adjustments, changes to move cinematics. Adjusted the collision detection when opponent to mitigate the unintended occurrence of hitting opponents who are behind you. Elisa's 1. Brian's heat smash. They enhance the tracking ability of the second hit when the first one connects. So the second, so it won't whiff halfway. Brian's down 2-3. The hitbox has been reduced to mitigate unintended occurrence of hitting opponents who are behind you. Fakuram 1+2 and Garuda Force. Time with opponent attack. Fix an issue where the camera behavior would become unnatural when transitioning to Rama stance after absorbing an attack while off axis. There's all like bug changes, not really a balance patch. I don't even know how they find out all these bugs, to be real with you. The tracking capability when absorbing the opponent's attack has been enhanced. Elevating issues of whiffing in certain situations. I did not know Feng's 4-1+2 whiffs in certain situations. Huaran's down 3+4. The hitbox of the first attack has been reduced to mitigate the issue of unintentionally hitting opponents who are behind you. It seems like most of the thing is like hitting opponents behind you when they shouldn't. While razzing 2-3, fix an issue where the reach of the first hit would change depending on the input timing of the second hit. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Jin's 4-1+2. The attack hitbox has been reduced to mitigate the unintended occurrence of hitting opponents who are behind you. It seems like the whole patch is just.
I'm curiously considering moving back to SF6.
With the moves.
Yeah, why not?
Back to 1.
Murray blocked Joe Budden.
To mitigate unintended hitting opponents behind you. King's run.
What did Joe Budden say? Tekken 8 is S or?
Mitigate unintended occurrence of hitting opponents behind you. Leroy Hermit 3-4 back 3 in Hermit, same thing, hitting opponents unintended occurrence hitting opponents behind you. Nina's 4-3+4-2 enhance the tracking beat of the second hit when the first hit makes hits. Okay, so this is basically when the first hit hits, the second one will whiff.
He cast Bamco out.
And then pause while saying.
He tweeted at them.
Adjust the opponent's behavior when the first hit lands.
Bro, you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to do something very racist and anti-Semitic. I wanted to make a thread on Murray and why he is the reason for the downfall of Tekken, and why Murray doesn't have any qualifications to even work on game design because he didn't study it at all, by the way. And he also came into Namco just because of vitamin B. His whole family is connected to the president of the United States of America. His fucking grandfather received like letters from President Eisenhower. They received from 2 presidents. They always receive like invitations to. They even received an invitation to an inauguration of a president, like the Murray family. That is already not normal. Murray came into Tekken in Tekken 4 for DEI, diversity and inclusion. Truman, I'm not sure if it was Truman. Anyway, I can look it up. It's everything, the letters are all there. The idiot posted it himself. And then he came for DEI. And then when he joined the Tekken community or the Tekken franchise, he added all these brain-dead characters because he wanted to make Tekken easier. He was the reason for it. And then boost inclusivity for lesser skilled players. Really, no joke. And that's how Lars and Alisa were born. And then he got promoted. During Tekken 6, he was officially in the game design. And now in Tekken 8, obviously, he is at the head of the game design. Therefore, the game is completely slop, completely retarded. And I can't prove this, though, but I think Murray is Jewish. Like, I can see it in his face. I'm sorry. if you see Murray, serious question. Would you be able to kind of distinguish where he is from? In any shape or form? Could you say like, yeah, he looks Italian, no, American, Irish, English? He looks like everything and nothing. He just looks inbred.
Hands from behind, facing the issue with attack with par sway. Yeah, a lot of the stuff is just that. It's not really a balance patch.
Yo, Phantom.
Reina's down 4 and Unsoku and one step 4. The hitbox has been expanded upward, elevating instances where the attack will miss in certain situations. The attack hitbox has been reduced to mitigate the unintended occurrence of hitting opponents who are behind you. Shaheen up for 3 adjusted the collision detection with the opponent expanded the attack hitbox down to reduce instances where the move would unintentionally whiff in certain situations. So this will whiff in certain situations. Victor's down back 4.
Looks like Bob with Down syndrome.
Unintended occurrence of hitting opponents who are behind you. Kazuya's Wastang 1-2. Enhance the tracking to be the second hit when the first hit made contact with the opponent. The judges are made to mitigate the occurrence of attacks whiffing partially through. I didn't know that. Fix an issue with a track point second hit would change depending on the input timing. Did not know that. 2-2 1+2. Fix an issue with the move doing Kincho forward. Could be performed earlier. Then
what the fuck?
Transition into Kincho.
Bro, guys, do you want to keep doing a Tekken stream or shall we go into the conspiracy side of the stream? Because there's not much content today that we can actually watch, bro. I already watched GM. The main man probably doesn't have any fucking shit. Only slop. Conspiracy so early, bro. Give me something that is worth reacting. I reacted. Like Tekken vibe. But what is there? Huh? Why is he attacking Street Fighter? Street Fighter is way better than Tekken. I'm just ass at it. Okay, okay, that is interesting. That is interesting. Watch your old analysis for Tekken 8 with big nose. Nah, bro, I feel like a clown, man. Leave me alone. We were so excited.
Street Fighter 6 player here. Is it a good time to go over to Tekken 8 right now? Everyone seems to hate Tekken 8. We got our Season 2, basically, and it was terrible. But since then, we've done a lot to fix the game. They made a terrible patch for our game and fucked it up in many ways. Because we expect a lot from Tekken. The Tekken community, and we're very passionate, so we hated it. And then all these other gaming communities hear about it, including Street Fighter. And those are people who don't understand Tekken. And they just hear the outcries from the Tekken community and they go, oh, Tekken 8 is shit now, it's a very bad fighting game. Street Fighter is much better than Tekken. Tekken is just 50-50, Tekken is shit. But it's like, then I play Street Fighter 6 for like 2 weeks and I'm like, this fucking sucks. Like, this is Tekken 8 Season 2 times 100. Now Tekken 8 has been patched and it's a much better game now. I love this game. It's very good. Still has problems though. I talked about this a few days ago. I appreciate the footsies and the new...
Bro, excuse me, but since when is Tekken 8 bad only because there is so much 50-50? Tekken 8 is bad because you can't sidestep. Tekken 8 is bad because the moves have super properties that you cannot deal with. Tekken 8 is bad because of the existence of moves like forward 2, 1+2, June that has no counterplay, that you cannot challenge, that you cannot take your frames, that you cannot sidestep, that you cannot do anything. Fucking Tekken 8 is shit because it destroyed character identities. Tekken 8 is shit because everyone kind of plays now the same. Tekken 8 is shit because the combos take 1 minute. I can get a Maxi King from my fridge, come back, and the fucking faggot is still not over, is still doing heat dash. Tekken 8 is shit because I can't see anything when Clive attacks. Tekken 8 is shit because ranked is not even fun. It has no anti-cheat. Tekken 8 is shit because we don't have deathmatch, only first to two. Tekken 8 is like, excuse me, Tekken 8 is shit only because of 50-50. Alright.
Neutral in Street Fighter. It's the most beautiful part of the game. Very nice. And I like how great that game is for beginners. You know, you get into the meat and potatoes. You play Street Fighter very quickly. If you know what to look for, within an hour, you'll be playing the
Bro, that was fucking impressive though.
core mechanics of Street Fighter. You'll be playing the game. You won't simply be matching.
It's deep.
You'll understand zoning. You'll understand how the Oki works. Strike, throw, mix-up, throw loop, anti-air. You got it. But I don't appreciate the drive rush. Unlike Bison and Ken, get ready, fight! Ken
I know they are based
drive rushes in and checks.
I know they are based off PR. I tried to explain this for the longest period of time, but all these content creators that are in the Bandai Namco Creators Program obviously shill and then attack me for spilling the beans. But this is the truth, bro. Guys like Height, Tone, fucking Speed Kicks, the main man, FDX, blah blah blah, all these guys, they were invited to Bandai Namco. Not only could they play the game first, but they got also told what they can say, what they cannot say, what's going on, what the direction of the game is gonna be, the future, the blah blah blah. They have like some sort of like it's like shilling for Israel and then all of a sudden talking bad about Israel. You can't do it. When someone says, yeah, there's a genocide, you say, yeah, but actually you can't say that and define genocide and stuff. And they do that with Tekken 8. The fucking dickheads. And then when you want to say there's too many force 50-50, they say it forces defense. When you want to say, yeah, you can't move in this game, then FDX makes a 50-minute video explaining why sidestep is better than in Tekken 8 than in Tekken 7. Then Speed Kicks when wants to explain why mashing is good, then he says like, yeah, active defense, bro, like active defense. All right. And this is really true, by the way. I'm not making this up. These guys even get called. Like it happened in the past where Murray, when you work with Bandai Namco, you can't just say whatever you want. Murray rings someone, for example, for shitting on Fakum Ram. This really happened. He says, take down the tweet. Bro, they delete the tweets. Here, Cherry Berry Mango. I can show you also the clip. She says, yeah, to be honest, that Japanese players are very close to Bandai Namco and they work with them and they know how the power structure is. When they criticize the game, they lose opportunities. And Murray is known for only wanting like yes men and shills around him. So he wants yes men and shills, and if everyone, if you say something negative towards the game, then say, okay, then fuck this guy, we take this other player and we put him in his position and he's gonna shill for us. You know, this is how shameless this situation is.
And it's like immediately in your face. So a bit of a neutral skip. Like the brain dead Oki of Street Fighter. Like you knock someone down and they're fucking helpless. And now it's a 50-50 that's safe for the aggressor, unless the opponent has to do this. Can you imagine a Tekken game where the pro players feel so helpless that all they can do is throw a fucking Samsara that's launch punishable? In Oki, the opponent is helpless. He's not allowed to stay on the ground. The game forces him up to his feet to take that mix-up. That's throw loop in a nutshell.
What take didn't you understand? Sorry.
I hate throw loop. And I hate the strike throw mix-up. Combo your opponent, corner carry, they have to wake up in the corner, and then every fucking character does the same thing. This is Street Fighter 6 to me. Character tech rolls automatically, and then it's take the next mix, and every character is Kazuya basically. This is it. And to get out of this, what the opponent can do is do this. Oh, oh, my launch punishable EXDP. That's Street Fighter to me. It drove me insane how many times I had to see this. Like the other, my opponent's throw animation just over and over. Every match is Grappler Fighter 6. If I have to see that throw again, I'm gonna end it. I swear to God, I'm gonna end it. So that's why, sorry, that was a long tangent. But when you said everyone hates Tekken right now, to me it's like uninformed people.
Tekken is king.
We have more moves than you, but it's not even close. Every character also has more moves than you. Every single move you find here has also more properties than your moves. The sheer complexity, not even fucking close. But another thing is depth, the depth of the core mechanics. We have more of them, more to worry about. And when we defend in our game, we have more options than you. And when we get knocked the fuck down, we don't...
To be fair, my gripe with a Street Fighter is that in the corner you need to take the mix on the throw loops. But that is not a thing in the neutral, that's only at the wall. So I don't like that part. I don't think he is like wrong about this part of the conversation, but I feel like he pretends as if that thing, what I dislike, is the whole game, which is not the case. Or would you disagree? Like, he makes Tekken now sound way too good in comparison to Street Fighter 6. There's a reason why Street Fighter has 30k and fucking Tekken has 5k with some bots. There's a reason why fucking Street Fighter sold 6 million copies and Tekken sold 3 million copies.
don't have to stand back up again. We can do whatever the fuck we want if we don't like certain situations. And that's why I don't play Street Fighter anymore. Like, Street Fighter 6 is a really good game. I appreciate what it's doing, but it's like, when you've been playing Tekken all your life and then suddenly playing Street Fighter, why would I want less?
Okay. I wonder where this idea from him came from to make a video and shit on Street Fighter 6 now. Okay, anything interesting? Carries. Are these just ranked sessions or? Kudan's cousin? Bro, I bet he is dog shit, bro. Kudan's cousin. Shall we look at Kudan's cousin? He speaks as if you're going to lose 80% of your HP in the first round from getting shimmied. Cam is dead again. I look handsome, it's okay. Okay. Some random EU guy. Easy to expert. Tekken 8 character difficulty. I didn't see this. Shall we fast forward it a bit and then look at the specific ones that we are interested in, maybe?
Characters.
I disagree with the upper row on 2 characters. I would exchange 2 characters on the upper row. I would take out Reina and Heihachi for sure. and put Dragunov up there, because Dragunov on high level is not easy, bro. This character is hard to play. I kid you not. It's a hard to play character. Fakum Ram is also very hard. Bro, Fakum Ram is harder to play than Reyna, I would say. And you? Link Xiaoyu? I don't know why Link Xiaoyu. Let me listen to his Link Xiaoyu explanation. I've seen many people shill for Ling players lately, like Speed Kicks. Oh yeah, when you don't think Ling is one of the hardest characters in the game, you are telling on yourself, okay?
Way. This is a character I despise, but I can still set my emotions aside and say that Xiaoyu players do deserve an amount of respect. Because, again, if you don't know this character, you're gonna get blown up for free. If you don't know anything about that matchup, I think she's literally impossible to play against. But you never see Xiaoyu in tournaments. Why is that? It's because tournament players know that matchup.
No, because Link players are faggots and untalented.
She takes big risks all the time. You have to be very creative with this character. You have to know what you're doing. This is the definition of a character you cannot just pick up and play. Yoshimitsu. In a game where everyone wants to press a lot of buttons, Flash is stronger than it's ever been. Even though it's been nerfed now, right? And then his Oki is beyond brain dead. This guy can mash a lot. But the thing is, at a higher level of play, he leaves a lot of openings in his offense.
What was now the explanation for why Ling is so hard to play? I didn't understand it. Like, did he even give one argument, or am I dreaming?
You're gonna get blown up for free. If you don't know anything about that matchup, I think she's literally impossible to play against. But you never see Xiaoyu in tournaments. Why is that? It's because tournament players know that matchup. And when you know that matchup, she takes big risks all the time.
What big risks does Ling Xiaoyu take all the time? What big risks? Where is the risk in Ling Xiaoyu? When you are plus, you can't take your frames. When she is minus, you can't take your frames. When she mixes you with a safe mid or a minus 13 low. Heh? That launches. What's risk? Since when is Ling Xiaoyu known to be a risky character? Am I fucking in a parallel universe all of a sudden? Did I die yesterday night in bed and I'm actually in a realm between death and the living world? Am I in fucking Hueco Mundo right now? What's going on? Where is the risk? Please, someone tell me, where is the risk in that whole gameplay? Where is it? Last time I checked, when fucking the second place of EWC low high plays against Ling, he just backdashes all the fucking time. Wait a second, let me see something. If I can find the clip. I found the clip. Bro, listen. He says that here, tournament players know the script, this and that, yeah? Bro, look at the caption first of all. Brother, you just don't know how to play against her. She's weak and struggles a lot here. Look how actually good players deal with her. 0 mids crushed, by the way. Okay, let's look at the gameplay. Bro is just like holding back. Here, okay, breaks the throw. Here, gets fucked, doesn't know the script, ducks. Oh, here, bam, the risk. Oh my god, safe on block. No, safe on block. Here, safe. Okay, what am I doing now? Fuck, shit, I'm getting ragged. Here, safe on block. Oh, I can't take my frames. Like, where was the risk here? That's the second place EWC, bro. Okay. I'm getting pissed nowadays with these people, man. Do you want to see the Nina explanation? Actually, the Reina explanation.
Reina is an advanced. She might even be extremely difficult, I think. Yeah, I think Reina is extremely difficult. 442 simulator. Yeah, if you don't know the counterplay to 442, you're gonna get blown up by 442. But try jab checking her if she does that. Try step right. Try doing a throw. In my opinion, this character has to win 1,000,000 interactions to beat you. Her health sweep is also steppable both sides. Yeah.
1,000,000 interactions unless she juggles you one time and does 136 damage.
Every Reina player I see, be it from blue ranks, I'm not joking now, from blue ranks to Tekken King, are good Tekken players. The ones I see when I play against them in my ranks, they're exceptional Tekken players. Their execution is 10 out of 10, their mind games and timing and just core mechanics, punishment, everything is top tier. And when I think myself of trying to get Reina to God of Destruction, nothing seems easy about it. And doesn't she struggle with tracking? When I think about her tracking options, like how she's not a very steppable character. People want to say she's brain dead rushdown, but she's not Anna. Maybe you need a couple of hours in this game to see the distinction between a character like this and a character like this. But I don't think Reina is easy. I think she's the opposite. I realized I didn't talk about Lee. Everyone talks about execution when they talk about Lee, acid rain, and other like just frame attacks. The trouble with Lee is when people start blocking, playing him at the highest level of play. He has arguably the worst tools in the game to break someone's guard. But that's what makes him super difficult. If people press into you, you're in heaven. You're a high execution version of Asuka, if people press into you. But breaking a guard, very difficult. Heihachi is extremely difficult. Huge reliance on electric, huge reliance on insane whiff punish, insane block punish, just general knowledge on the game. Gets very little for free in the neutral. One of the most fundamental characters in the game, I would say. Eddie.
Is this a Tekken 7 fucking tier list or Tekken 8? What?
He is easy, but he's not 35 defense god. I try and tell this by the comp players I see playing Eddie, but also the Eddie players I encounter in ranked. They are not here.
Well, I would put Heihachi. Maybe the lowest in advanced. Maybe the lowest in advanced. You? Bro, it's not like Heihachi plays some super duper fundamental only jab down forward one Tekken, huh? Since when, bro? Warrior's Instinct is fucking horse shit. One round, he is completely broken. You can't kind of win. The other rounds, he is still a broken Tekken 8 character. He can punish basically everything severely on every frame disadvantage. His FF2 is broken. His combo damage is broken. His wall mix-up is one of the most toxic ones that I've seen so far because, well, I can't sidewalk because the high is homing. And I can't duck because the mid is only minus what, 10? Or maximum 11. And in Warrior's Instinct it's minus 9. It wall splats. And it does 60 plus damage. And the way he mixes you is with highs and mids. He doesn't mix you with lows because his stance highs are... You need to duck them, otherwise they are guaranteed. So that's like a low. So when people say Heihachi has no 50-50, it's not true because his low are his highs. When you get hit, when you don't duck, for example, for a low, Heihachi, you don't duck, you eat the high for free because it's unblockable. Yeah, his heat smash is so toxic. I don't know, like, after the heat smash being in that 50-50 position is so dumb, man. Heat smash 100 damage splat is so dumb, yeah. Down big free also underrated. Bro, Heihachi is a solid ass fucking broken ass character. He's not that fundamental standard this and that. No, I don't agree with that narrative at all.
We're typically legacy players. We're some.
Okay, next character that I'm interested in. Bro, do you think Lee is that extremely difficult? Like, extremely difficult? I don't say he can be played by scrubs, but extremely difficult? Like, when you say demanding or advanced, doesn't that already put justice for the character? Like, what is so extremely difficult? I don't get it. Let me see what he says. I don't think he is extremely difficult, especially not after they made him so easy with the pickups as well. You just press the assist button. Bro, that character legit, you use the assist button. Do you realize that? And he isn't extremely difficult. A character that you use assist button for the follow-up. He has 3-4 hard things that you can also bypass by just using the assist button. And that is not banned, by the way.
I realize I didn't talk about Lee. Everyone talks about execution.
What assist button? You know when you do the easy control thing where this thing pops up, right? You know how you need to do like on Blazing Kick, you need to do a specific input to get it after the knockdown? Well, you don't need to do that anymore. You just activate the special style and you press one button and then you get it. It was a bug and was fixed, no? Oh, that got fixed. I'm sorry. I didn't know that. I don't play the game so much. Then I don't say anything. I'm sorry. I will update my CPU. Oh, did they also take out the back turn launcher after the parry with the assist button? When you get the parry Kamoon and then you jump over and then there is a mix between a low or a mid. Is that also out? They changed the legacy input. Oh, so basically the Blazing Kick is now made easier regardless. So that makes my point still stand then, no? So the follow-up got made easier. Yeah, okay, then that point stands regardless. They take one thing out and then they make something else. Okay, so that got easier. I would say the only thing Lee has which is hard is Acid Rain. And that's it. Is there anything that is hard aside from Acid Rain on Lee Chaolon? He is also one of the only characters that gets a spike combo for no reason. Lars, yeah, Lars is, bro, we are talking about, like, characters that we deem to be harder, but not extremely difficult, advanced, or demanding. Lars, I can put him under this tier list. I can put him under my fucking tier chair in terms of difficulty. Yeah, I would say Lee in demanding. Like, put him in demanding and fair enough, bro. You can't even give me 2 arguments why he would be above advanced in any shape or form. I would say, okay, when we put Ling in advanced, then put Ling down in demanding and put fucking... Not even in demanding, but you get my drill, and Lee then where Ling is. For fuck's sakes, man.
About Lee, Acid Rain, and other
Okay, Acid Rain.
like just frame attacks. The trouble with Lee is when people start blocking, playing him at the highest level of play. He has arguably the worst tools in the game to break someone's guard.
How?
But that's what makes him super difficult. If people press into you, you're in heaven. You're a high execution version of Asuka, if people press into you. But breaking a guard, very difficult. Heihachi is extremely difficult.
So he wants to say that Lee is extremely difficult because it's hard to break someone's defense. Honestly, you have to play him at highest level or someone with a good knowledge of him to understand why he's difficult. I didn't say he isn't difficult. I did say he is not extremely difficult. That's a difference. I just said, hey, let's put him maybe in advanced or demanding, but why here? Yeah, I don't agree with this dog shit. Okay. Steve. Bro, for me, Steve is also not advanced. This is not Tekken 7 Steve anymore. This is maybe a lowest on demanding. Bro has... I play all the time against 50 defense Steve. How is this character advanced? How? There is no Shiro combo anymore. He has one just frame that no one uses, that follow-up launcher. His combos are nothing special. He is a stance character. He's continuously just in Lionheart. When he needs to defend, he sways. What is so advanced about Steve in Tekken 8? Tekken 7 Steve any day. Yes, sick. Hard character, but Tekken 8 Steve, bro? Yeah, but wouldn't it be fair to put all these characters here in easy and put fucking Steve in demanding? Like, why is Lily demanding? Let's go through the demanding list. Okay. Why is Lily demanding? What is demanding? What is demanding there? I swear to God, when I watch Dew Glider play Lily in ranked, he is painting his fingernails at the same time. I don't see the demand. No pun intended, he is relaxed. He is just relaxed. He says like, oh, that was cunty and a cunt step and all this shit. Like, where is the demand, man? There was a cunty step. Okay, so this character already needs to go down. Okay? That makes no sense. King demanding. Maybe, okay, I give demanding. because of the throw input. Because you can do blue spark, right? Legacy input, okay, I give this demanding. Dragunov, I would say in advanced, for me. Because of the game plan. I think Dragunov is an advanced character. You need to know the neutral of Tekken. So instead of putting Ling Xiaoyu in advanced, put Dragunov in advanced and put Ling in demanding. Hä? When I play against the Dragunov player in God, the proper Tekken, bro, technical. I play against Ling in God, I don't know, I don't even know the names of them. They are all the same AI generated Tekken players. Even the sequences are the same. So this propaganda, we don't buy this over here with Ling is advanced or whatever. They can shove this up their ass. Yoshimitsu demanding. What's demanding? Knowing where you can flash. I don't know what's demanding. I have no idea. Yeah, it's demanding to fight him. Yeah, okay. Paul, I would say in advanced. And Steve in demanding. I would change these two characters. People can disagree with me on this, whatever, we can exchange some arguments, but this is just my opinion quickly. Paul 1 up, Steve 1 down. Feng in demanding is the biggest joke I've ever heard. I don't know how you justify this. No plan. And I think Fakum Ram should be in advanced. Because when you want to play Fakum Ram optimally, bro, that character is hard as shit. I don't think it makes him justice. Like, Fakum Ram is an advanced character, specialist character, and I don't see so many people play him optimally yet, especially not with the punishment. Especially not with the blue spark combos. When you look what kind of combos this guy can actually pull off. Bro, the point of him having this weird ass hitbox where you can fuck him up on these special combos that everyone gets on him is because he gets special combos on everyone too. Just, you need to be able to pull them off. Do 3 blue sparks in one combo with Fakum Ram. Look how your health is gone. Insane damage output. One of the highest in the game. No one talks about it. Fakum Ram has one of the highest damage outputs in this game, period. I just gotta lab it. What do you think of Jin? I don't know, bro. Maybe in between demanding and advanced. Because what Jin, haters need to understand is when you play Jin, you feel a little bit like Takeshi's Castle. So you have like all these fucking tools, but you can't move away from the opponents. You are just there and standing there in your fucking stance, and you have your stuff to deal with everything, but you can't ever get away. You are always under pressure, kinda. Because I played him, I tried to backdash, bro, the opponent comes further. It's like he's kissing me on my mouth. You never can go away. You have to understand, this is a very big downside to Tekken. One of the biggest mechanics in this game is getting away backdashing. And with this character, you just can't do it. You can't ever get away. This is the only reason why I say you are rather in demand or advanced, because you need to be able to deal with pressure very, very well. Other characters can just sometimes just run away and breathe a little bit. Bro, Jin can't breathe. When you are a smart player against Jin, you don't backdash away from Jin. You pressure Jin and you try to stay close. They've made Jin easy to... Yeah. His inputs aren't easy, I agree. Let me see what he says about Lily players, because I know the main man picks always one faggot character, sorry to say, where he then glazes them and gives them a virtual blowjob in order to get some plus points with them, so they say, see, he's not a misogynist and a toxic person. He likes Lily. Does he even talk about Lily? Wow, that's a short segment.
Lily, demanding. Lily players you encounter in high ranks are very, very gifted players. This is because her strongest asset is her movement. Extremely strong punish on whiff or on block, and of course her movement. So that's a demanding character for sure.
Why is it demanding if the character steps for you? Just explain this to me. You can't explain this. You say the character movement is insane, therefore the players are demanding players. They are gifted. What are they gifted with? They are gifted with a character that steps for them. This pisses me off about this guy, bro.
Lily, demanding. Lily players you encounter in high ranks are very, very gifted players. This is because her strongest asset...
Hey guys, you are very gifted because you get better tools than other people and can make it look good with these better tools. That's why you are very gifted. Yeah, we're gifted with the tools, bro, but not gifted with the skill.
Is her movement. Extremely strong punish on whiff or on block, and of course her movement. So that's a demanding character for sure.
Absolutely reasonable. I think even Isaac Newton needs to write this down. This argumentation was just flawless and incredible. Thank you so much, Adrian. Yeah. What other character comes next? Shall we listen to Yoshimitsu? I wonder what makes Yoshi demanding. You need to know when to use flash, I say, is gonna be the argumentation. You need to know when to use flash, and he has many moves. Two things. He has many moves and you need to know where to use flash.
Yoshimitsu. In a game where everyone wants to press a lot of buttons, Flash is stronger than it's ever been. Even though it's been nerfed now, right? And then his O-key is beyond brain dead. This guy can mash a lot. But the thing is, at a higher level of play, he leaves a lot of openings in his offense. Yet again, you have to stop yourself and think. You need to think and say, everyone said, all of Japan said this guy was top 1, right? No one played him in tournaments. As soon as that happens, you need to stop and ask yourself why. Clive is easy. I'm not gonna put him in brain dead
hey,
because...
Adrian, what are you... Hey, stop doing that, bro. Where was the explanation? Where was the explanation, bro? I swear he knows he's bullshitting. What the fuck? Leaving me empty-handed like that. So it got cut out. The explanation got cut out. Well, I couldn't have known that, but why did he cut it out? It was probably dog shit. Okay, then I cannot do anything about that. I can't be asked also to go on the vote. He said it's a Jewish character. Alright. Man, okay. What character now? Nina, maybe? So, before we listen to this explanation, I suppose he's not gonna give any arguments again, but where would you see Nina? I would also tend for demanding. Demanding sounds good. Because also the combos are really easy. It's not like Tekken 7 anymore. The neutral is very, very easy. You don't really need to be careful so much about whiffing. A lot of your attacks realign. Especially when she's in heat, those guns have aimbot. It doesn't really matter. You can throw a lot of stuff off without caring too much about it. As soon as a down forward 1 is on block, you are in the mix. So that is pretty easy. I don't think she has a hard game plan. I think she has a very annoying slide, like all the waifus. Albeit her slide is the weakest from the waifus, because it cannot become safe. It can only become -11 on specific ranges. But still, you got to have the awareness for that for whatever reason. Yeah, I don't see why she would be harder than demanding. What is there? Like, I know the character. That's why I'm saying it. Hayashida step cannot be the reason, right? Okay, let's listen to the explanation.
From a monkey. I'm going to be as fair as possible with this list. And Nina is most likely gonna go into advanced. It's true that, like, in a beginner and intermediate sense, you can scrub out people with her strings and her OP stuff. But we just all have to accept that there is a reason this character is seen as top 5 by everyone, top 2, but only Arslan Ash is playing this character. Yod is also playing this character, but you always have to stop and think about characters where when everyone says the character's OP, right? Everyone says the character's OP, but very few people tier whore with them in tournaments. And then, you know, we could talk about execution and getting used to her, step 1, rush down. It's about the toolkit and mastering the toolkit. And then there is more execution than people think to the character. There is. Victor is a character designed to be easy. The Victors I encounter in ranked,
Let's see why he says Steve is advanced. I don't agree with that also. Steve is... I play against the most retarded Steve players, bro. I don't think these types of Steve players that I encounter with 50 defense, they could play Tekken 7 Steve. I don't think so.
Steve... I would put Steve here, but I think evasion additions they have given the character, they made him so much easier, giving him DP from standing as an evasive launcher. And then, of course, Outfox. Can you spam this from any range? See, he whiffs, just do the launcher and it hits from 50 miles away. Nerfed backdashing also serves Steve a lot, I would say. Lily, demanding. Lily players you encounter in high ranks are very, very gifted players. This is because her strong...
Bro, is this Inception? What am I supposed to do with this shit now? this was the explanation for why Steve is in advanced.
See, he whiffs, just do the launcher and it hits from 50 miles away. Nerfed backdashing also serves Steve a lot, I would say. Lily, demanding. Lily players you encounter.
Heavy. It's too late for doing a tier list now, I'm a bit tired. Maybe I do it in the coming days. Now I find it curious why he doesn't have Fakumram in advanced. Do you guys agree with me that Fakumram is an advanced character, yes or no? 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 Why? I'm thinking about like the optimal level, by the way, like GOD2 vibes. I'm not thinking about Emperor. Emperor, yeah, he is easy. You do the same shit over and over again. I don't know much of... bro, he has like some fucked up blue spark combos, but that you kind of need in order to be optimal. Like when you wanna be optimal, bro, you got to grind this shit. I swear you got to grind this shit. We were days in the Discord trying the combos and stuff. Like I was watching, to be honest. But they did, I swear, after 15 minutes, they did like one combo. They show me, look here, optimal combo. These other characters, they don't have that. Jin doesn't have that even. Cam is dead. Alright. Top tier range, crazy fast startup speed free mix up. If you want to reach max potential, yeah, I'm just thinking about the max potential because, bro, when you see that Ling Xiaoyu is in advanced, then why is fucking Fakumram not in advanced? If Steve is in advanced, why is Fuck not in advanced? If Jin is in advanced, why is Fuck not in advanced? What has Jin over Fakumram in difficulty? What has Steve over Fakumram in difficulty? Bro, Fakumram has matchups where you need to play like a fucking... like Ulsan to be able to survive. These characters don't have that. Jin doesn't have that. Ling doesn't have that.
Fakumram, demanding. I wouldn't be surprised if his win rate is obscenely high right now because no one knows the matchup. Everyone gets blown up, but if you know the matchup, you should blow him up. I still get blown up by a lot of Fakumram players because I play against a lot of very strong players. I've seen a lot of Fakumrams lately. They're like Tekken God Supreme. They have 90 defense. They know how to mix with his strings, and it's very difficult. Every single button you press with this guy, you're gambling your health bar. Jack. Oh, Jack is easy. I gotta say, I see a lot of Jacks Tekken God rank. They have like 30 defense. Because no one knows the matchup, and he does his Gamma Howl stance rushdowns. People Unga, but this is because people don't know the matchup. You know, if you know the matchup, he's perfectly counterable. Put him in easy. She's not a 35 defense God of Destruction, but she's easy. Cafe. That's gonna be it. That's my difficulty tier.
American Koreans. Okay. That's it. Shall we watch an old Tekken 8 video about him where he speaks about the state of the game? Let's see. We do a little revisited. I played Tekken 8 first impression. That is interesting. Okay, wait. Keep that here in case I find something different. Medusa, what do you think about last Downfall 1? Yeah, bro, like this type of Downfall 1, if it would have been in another Tekken game, I think everyone would have dropped the game. You? Oh shit, that's me. On the left there. The Kazuya in blue. Where are the videos, man? Tekken 8 is now twice as good. Tekken 8 is now twice as good. Oh. That is also interesting. Tekken 8 is now twice as good. Keep that in the back of your mind. I'm just going through and we just watch one of them, the best one. Why are you going by views? I don't go by views. What do you mean I go by title? Did you cook him? I don't think I've ever lost a set against the main man. Maybe one time out of 8 or 9 or 10 in Tekken 7. I used to always win, kind of. Like ranked, I mean. Hope restored. I'm looking for a specific video, to be honest, but I can't find it. Rank inflation. Okay, that is interesting. Okay, we're gonna watch this one, yeah? We're gonna watch this one first, and then we're gonna watch a little bit of this one and a little bit of that one. Sorry for choosing so long, by the way.
Emperor is
You're becoming patient in the last few years.
who are Fujin in Tekken 7.
You're becoming
They're
older.
now boosted to Emperor because anyone can get a higher rank in Tekken 8. You, my friend.
Okay, before we listen to his opinion, I give you my opinion. I think ranks are inflated. I think, yeah, somehow because you have deathmatch removed, the first to two environments helps lesser players look as if they are more than they are. Like you have like one predetermined game plan. You go into it first to two, you overwhelm the opponent, and then you try to never see him again type of vibe. And I could feel it. I must really suck bad then. No, it's not like that. It's just imagine what your rank is now. You should be 2, 3, 4 ranks below that, but that's not necessarily bad. Because the ones that you see above you should also be lower. So therefore, effectively, you are ending up at the same. They just devalue the ranks. You shouldn't be too hung up about it, because now Emperor, or when you say hey I am Emperor, no one really gives a shit, no? But in Tekken 7, when you said you are Bushin or Ryujin, then there was like some sort of respect, like oh shit, alright. But in this game, no, therefore it doesn't matter.
He said, does it seem that the average skill level players has become higher with the release of Tekken 8? Perhaps because of a breath of fresh air and increased interest in the game. So this is interesting, because is the level of play higher now, or is it lower than during Tekken 7 or
Please don't say it is higher.
peak Tekken 7? And this is where a lot of people, it seems, on Tekken Reddit believe there's a rankflation. A rank inflation. And as notable US top players said on Twitter, correct me if I'm wrong, but he said that Emperor is the new Fujin. People who were Fujin in Tekken 7, they're now boosted to Emperor because anyone can get a higher rank in Tekken 8.
Yes.
And as someone who plays about 6 hours of ranked every single fucking day, yeah, that's true, feel very bad about my existence, thank you very much. But as someone who has a lot of experience when it comes to this, I don't know if there exists a lot of people who are still fucking breathing, who have more experience than I have here. So I would say my anecdotal experience speaks a lot here. The level of play is higher in Tekken 8, and there's no fucking rankflation to be seen. I would even talk about a rank deflation, because I know plenty of people who are very good at this game who had a significantly higher rank in Tekken 7 than they have right now. I had a super
Hey bro, I'm sorry, I need to be anti-Semitic for a second. I have to let out the anti-Semitism, sorry. How is it that this guy takes a fact or something that is the truth and then says the exact opposite and Israels me right now here? Like, everyone knows that people that didn't have fucking specific ranks in Tekken 7 now have like 5 ranks higher than what they used to. Like, literally. Ranks are inflated as fuck. And he just says the exact opposite. How is that even like a mirror, bro? Like, how does this lead to anti-Semitism? Yeah, because he reminds me of Israel, bro. Whenever they say something, it's the opposite. When they accuse you of something, it's an admission. When they say, yeah, it's actually like that, it's actually like that. You know, he does kind of the same. He says like, okay, yeah, the ranks are deflated even though they are inflated. He says people that used to have in Tekken 7 a specific rank, in Tekken 8 have a lower rank, even though they have now a higher rank. It's that Israel script. I immediately just think about them. What shall I do?
tough time reaching
God of Destruction with Kazuya, but that's also due to the nature of the balancing of a game, where Kazuya is at, and where the S tiers are at in this game, because everyone is fucking tier whoring. Them and their boyfriend, they both tier whore. So we can talk about balancing, but I can also tell you about how in Tekken 7, I could get any character in the game to Tekken God rank. Any character in the game, and I could do it in a few hours. Yoshi, it took me, what, 4 hours? 5 hours? Katarina in a second. Any character, pretty much. Do I think I can do this in Tekken 8? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Why not? In Tekken 7, every character had his own distinct type of gameplay. Now, Tekken 8, everyone is streamlined. You can pick up a character in 5 minutes because they made it so that you can play more characters. Blackheart played every character to GOD. Like, this is again one of these examples where he takes something where the opposite is the truth. Like, it's just bullshit. Now the characters, how does this make sense when we say Heat made everyone streamlined and everyone kind of plays the same, but in Tekken 7, where everyone had a distinct style and you needed to be character specialist, there it is easier to get the highest rank with all the characters or higher ranks. But in Tekken 8, where everyone is like the same, it's now harder. Even though you need to put less time and effort into it, and even though they made the characters easier in itself. Like, they made the characters easier to pick up. How does that make any sense, bro?
I almost pulled my fucking hair out getting Brian to Tekken God. It was so difficult. But I can also tell you that we had a lot of people playing online during the first 2 months. But since then, for many reasons, there's been a player decrease. This also happens organically with these types of games. It happened in Tekken 7 as well. We know
there was nothing organic about the type of decrease Tekken 8 had. It was because of all the fucking backlash, it was because of all the fucking negativity, because the gameplay was dog shit, because the patches didn't fucking change anything about the game. Why does Street Fighter, that sold double the amount of units, retain 6 times the player base? Like, that doesn't make any sense either. Like, the Street Fighter player base is what? 36k? The player base of Tekken is 5k. Tekken sold above 3 million units. Street Fighter sold above 5 million units, close to 6. So there you can already see the player retention is completely different, because the quality of the game in Tekken is less. Like, Tekken 8 is not a good quality game. It just has a lot of like quality of life changes. You have a good P mode, you have good graphics, you have someone that licks your asshole from Bandai Namco. If you play Azucena or Azuka, you get easy wins, whatever. Okay, but that doesn't make the game itself good. It's like saying you have a Ferrari in your, or a Lambo in your garage, and the paint is sick, but it doesn't have an engine. Yeah, I rather take the fucking Toyota Auris, but it drives. Oh, that was nice.
how successful Tekken 7 was, but also within a few months, player base shrunk pretty fucking dramatically. And with that, I am now observing in rank that the people who 2 months ago, strong fucking players, competitive players, they had Tekken God rank, they've now been demoted sometimes as far back as to like bussin'. People have been demoted rather than promoted. Do you know why? Because as the player base shrinks, who do you think stays? Do you think it's the casuals who are like, story mode was pretty cool, and then I went to practice mode and I learned a few electrics? They're not still here. They're now playing Super Smash Bros. Well, probably not. They're probably playing some cool AAA game, but just...
I want to challenge this also. Who really stayed? It's the intermediate players that this game is designed for that stayed. Like the highest level players, a lot of the high level players dropped the game. The only high level players that are still around are the ones of the, like, imagine this is the high level people, and from this 1% or 2% you need to subtract 70% again that don't make money with the game and that have no continuous incentive to keep playing it because it's dog shit. And then you have like Joker and these guys that continuously say how dog shit this game actually is, but they keep playing because they make a shit ton of money with the game. And then the rest of the people that play ranked now are just some intermediate guys that now are GOD. Like, just look at one ranked grind of the main man. Everyone is a pro player of his opponents. Everyone is like high level, even if they don't punish shit. Boy, this guy must be a pro player and stuff. You know his streams. I don't need to tell you. Tell me if GOD now has value or not. Tell me when you watch the gameplay if the gameplay holds up or not. If the level of gameplay in ranked, in the highest ranks in GOD, in Supreme, if that is really high level or not. It is not high level, I'm telling you. A lot of these guys on these characters, they are just standard dudes. They don't get challenged by heavy players because there's not so many around anymore. Most of the heavy players, especially a lot of my friends, Starbreaker, this and that, they all just don't play the game anymore, bro. So it's not just the, oh yeah, I'm playing the game and the graphics is so nice, like he says. It's like the intermediates that stay. God is now intermediate.
Just dropped. They're not still here, but people who stick around are people like me who live and breathe Tekken and who are ultra motherfucking sweaty. Ultra fucking sweaty. Those are the people who stay. So now, those of you, you'll soon see this very soon. Like, they have introduced prowess matchmaking, but what you are going to see more and more, those of you who have reached Fujin, is that you're going to get matched up with people like me, who have God of Destruction, or people who have Tekken God rank, and who are playing sub-characters, because this game has built-in smurfing. Because there's no such thing as an account rank. If you've hit God of Destruction, the rest of your characters will be Fujin, which is, I mean, it's still a high rank, but it's significantly lower than God of Destruction. So when I play Kuma, or I play any of these other characters, granted there is prowess matchmaking, so the game will try and match me up against someone similar, who has a high rank but who's playing a sub-character. But quite often as well, the game will slip in some poor motherfucker who's actually a legit Fujin and who's trying to rank up to Raijin. He's like, oh man, today I can feel it. I'm doing good. I practiced. I'm feeling good about myself today. Oh, here's God of Destruction main man who has 30 years of experience and who's playing a sub-character. It's like, it's horribly unfair, but it's in the game. And as the player base is shrinking, you will see more and more of this. Because all the people who are remotely casual, they're hopefully not, but many of them are gonna start dropping the game. So you'll see more and more of this. So I'm just saying, rank is becoming harder. It's not becoming floppier, right? It's becoming harder. Right, it's becoming harder. That's the direction you're going in. So there's not a rank.
This is true to Season 1, guys. Just a little heads up, this is about Season 1.
Inflation. There's a deflation in ranks happening. That's what I'm observing online. That's what I'm observing. It's not an inflation in ranks. It's a deflation. It's getting worse. And again, like, I can only say that my experience is more difficult. It's harder achieving a Tekken God rank in this game than it was in Tekken 7. And all of these other players I know, very...
Bro, that's not... that's such a lie, bro. That's such a lie, bro. it was infinitely harder to get the high ranks in Tekken 7 in comparison to Tekken 8. Just the fact that you have a deathmatch, first of all, is already enough, bro. You can't just like... And if you don't stay, you get called out on it on Twitter and whatnot, and people are taking screenshots of your account and say, when this guy leaves, like, when he loses, this guy leaves, and all these things, like, that doesn't really exist anymore. Here is only when you don't play the set. Bro, Tekken 7 had such a fucking crazy culture that people's ranks wouldn't get recognized if they would have the... bad reputation of not staying the deathmatch. Just so you know. Obviously, this LGBTQ as fucking ranked system now with giving you everything on demand and like, oh, you don't want to stay, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You just play a first or two. If it's a strong player, don't matter. You don't have to stay. You get the next opponent and he's surely gonna be easier. Chill and stuff like this. This is like re-affirmative Tekken. This is bullshit.
Strong players who had very high ranks in many of my friends who had high ranks in Tekken 7, they can't achieve that in Tekken 8. Not yet, at least. Well, we'll see how this goes, if it becomes harder or easier with time, or if they change the rank system, or if they do a rank reset or whatever happens, but a lot of people are...
Okay, but Tekken 8 you can knowledge check super easily, so it's the same. You can knowledge check in Tekken 7 in the same way. How do you see knowledge checks in Tekken 8 being more severe than in Tekken 7? Talking to Marcus, okay.
Really struggling. So this whole thing saying like Emperor Fujin is the new emperor, absolutely not. And anyone I see online who has reached say Tekken King, to me it's the equivalent of like Tekken God Prime in Tekken 7.
And he could get Omega with
the
all
level
characters?
is just
no way.
high. It's that high. And again, most of those guys were Tekken God Prime in Tekken 7. So yeah, but that's my opinion on this. That's what I've observed. And then we could also start talking about the statistics, which I think also corroborate what I'm just saying, because we have a hard data on this. More people had Tekken God rank in Tekken 7 than we do in Tekken 8. But
Tekken 7 had more knowledge checks. Holy shit, no, Tekken 7 didn't have more knowledge checks. Tekken 7 had more style checks. So what that means is, in Tekken 7 you have character archetypes which focus heavy on one aspect of the game. Whether it being counter hit, whether it being rush down, whether it being punishment, whether it being poking, whether it being hard 50-50. And therefore you needed to develop a different type of style and approach towards different archetypes. In Tekken 8 everyone does everything. And therefore, nothing. You don't have these specialist people anymore, because being a specialist is not encouraged in this game. You just play the heat system, and that overshadows everything, and it's kind of, you need to learn the heat mechanic of each character. Tekken 7 you need to adapt to the style more, and since you are locked in a deathmatch most of the time, if you're not a faggot, then you have to have a different approach towards the game, and mind games are more layered. In Tekken 8 everything is a little bit more AI generated.
Tekken 8 is also only 4 months old, 5 months old, so we'll see how it goes with time, but this whole thing with everyone saying there's a rank inflation, I see nothing that points to that direction. In fact, everything seems to point in the opposite direction. And I also want to say that if you've reached Fujin in this game, like really well done. It's very tough hitting that rank, so well done. And
I don't know, it's kind of cool that he encourages or is positive towards like the young players or the new players that reach Fujin, but it's not really the truth, bro. If you reach Fujin, it doesn't mean shit. In Tekken 8, it really doesn't mean dog shit. What shall I say? Shall I say, yeah, oh shit, heavy? Fujin doesn't mean anything. In Fujin, you have barely grasped the concept of the game even. You know? What? Yeah, Fujin is in Tekken 8 is really you grasp like maybe 40% of the concept of the game. So in those ranks you don't fight against the opponent's brain, you fight against the game's mechanics. Albeit you still fight against the game mechanics in the highest ranks because the game is shit, but that's a different topic. But there you also fight against what's inside of the brain of the opponent, obviously. Otherwise, no one would keep playing the game. That's still in the game, it's just less. Okay, I am gonna go downstairs real quick, so my camera is gonna disappear. I play this, I have my phone with me. It takes like 2-3 minutes. I need to go downstairs. And yeah, I keep playing it and then I come back.
Okay, raid charts are basically the same. Okay. Heat burst. This is a big one. This is actually a really big one. Heat bursts have been seen as too strong, as
Quick goon
most
session.
of them have like infinite reach. They track a shit ton or are straight up homing, +1 on block, +2 on hit. Basically the best get off me tool in the game to reset neutral and go into heat. Reduced the tracking ability against opponent sidesteps. That is really, really big. The only way you could punish a heat burst so far has been sort of a call out, you know he's gonna do it, and you try and backdash to make him whiff. This would work against certain characters like Kazuya and King who have very poor heat bursts, but when you're playing against Jin, for example, or Brian, it's impossible to make them whiff it because it hits from a football field away. But now with a read, you can step it and hopefully launch punish them. So this is good. But this is, you know, this has always been the thing with Tekken. No matter what your opponent does, you have defensive options. And Tekken 8 introduced streamlined offense to help beginner players, like do heat burst, nothing your opponent can do. Gain momentum back. Do heat smash, nothing your opponent can do. Sidestep, you die. Block, +7, chip damage. Streamlined offense. But now, you know, when most of the casual players have quit the game, maybe revert all of this back to Legacy Tekken, where movement beats these options on reads, right? Probably a good idea. And so that tournaments are more exciting to watch as well. The appropriate direction and timing for sidestepping will vary depending on the character used. Oh, okay. This means it will not be universally steppable to both sides. This means certain characters it will track to the left, sometimes it will track to the right, so it's character specific and timing specific, so that's interesting. Removed reversal break attribute. This change allows players to counter heat burst with power crush. Oh, it loses to power crush or parry techniques. It loses to parry as well. Okay, so now you have a fuck ton of options basically. That's great, unlike regular power crush. Oh, so King can muscle armor this shit. Heat burst, strike damage. You can no longer KO with a heat burst. Heat dash. So this is where we think the wall crash effect is going to be gone. Changed the opponent's behavior on block when heat dash is activated, removing the effect that includes wall stagger. So there's no way you've missed this, but when you're in a neutral position, there's no wall involved. You do a heat engager into heat dash when you're in heat. You get +5 if your opponent blocks it. If it hits, they typically get launched or they get knocked to the ground for guaranteed follow-up. You've seen this interaction. But at a wall, for example, I do Kazuya Damak 1-2, you block it, I heat dash, you get this wall crush effect, wall stagger. You hit the wall, and I get +18. This meant Brian gets a guaranteed taunt, that you can only beat by doing up forward 1, but it will still be guaranteed damage because the taunt would still hit you into the wall. So, well, I mean, in general, this is a massive... fuck you. This is a massive nerf to Heat Dash, obviously. And very, very, very welcome. Like, Kazuya had one of the best moves for this in Down Back 1 too, but still, I'm so happy to see this gone, because when you did that, into the wall, not only plus 18, but you know, I'm sure you've seen how much chip damage you take even on block. And at minus 18, you're forced to respect even a Kazuya forward 4. There's nothing you can do. But now it will, a Heat Dash, it will universally, no matter what, be plus 5 on block. And I think that's really good, because there at minus 5, you can still sidestep. So yeah, I'm really happy to see this. That was bullshit. How fun was it, you know, eating a launcher, ending up on the wall, they heat burst, do a wall combo, and now you tech roll. I mean, you're on the ground, you're not in a good position anyway. You stand up, and here comes the heat engager, heat dash. You take a ton of chip, you're minus 18, and it's like, for God's sakes. Like, can I play Tekken, please? Froze. Oh, this is where I want to see a big nerf, man. To reassess the role of various throws, the following changes have been made. Normal throws are now treated as homing attacks. Normal throws are now treated as homing attacks, but they were already homing attacks. Their tracking performance remains unchanged from version 104. Yeah, exactly. Okay, they're the same. The tracking performance of command throws has been reduced. That's the no, fuck you, knee, you scrub, relying on that fucking shit to win. No, that's the number one thing I've wanted to see gone from this game. The number one thing I've wanted to see gone, and it's now gone. The tracking performance of command throws has been reduced. Holy shit. There is a god. From what I've seen so far, Tekken 8 is twice as good. With the changes to Heat Dash and now this, twice as good. The game is twice as good. This change introduces the possibility of sidestepping to avoid command throws. Oh, lo and behold. Are we allowed to sidestep again? Meine Gott. The following command throws are exceptions. No, no, no. Do not backtrack on your amazing decision now. It's giant swing here. There is no giant swing. Juan gets a homing 2 break. Okay. But Reina still having homing on Heaven's Wrath, her unbreakable throws is really annoying. But this is just fantastic news. Fantastic news. And this is a huge nerf to King. Huge nerf to King. That's basically it for King in S tier. No, he's probably still S tier. He still has a lot of dumb shit, but that is a huge nerf to King. Okay, so wall staggers have been nerfed or what? It's a bit unclear here. However, made some adjustment changes to move cinematics. Kazuya's rage art now is twice as long. My god. Well, that's it for in general, I guess. Now we're gonna go to character-specific stuff. I just want to go to Kazuya straight away and just skip all of these characters. Oh my god, Alice has like no nerfs. It's only behavior! They didn't nerf Alice. Oh god! Oh god! Getting away with murder every fucking game. I don't know, the character just keeps getting buffed. From game to game to game, getting more obnoxious, horrible to play against. But they don't get nerfed. Alice has undergone only fixes for unstable areas and changes related to... Alice is the most awful character to play against in this game. At least for me. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but it's absolute torture to play against this character. And it's just going to continue. So keep getting chainsawed up your fucking ballsack, up your anus. Asuka is getting buffed again. Up. More buffs to Asuka. Unless you missed it, 104, she got some buffs to her offense, which she really needed. Her offense was the worst in the game, I think. While running 1+2 was made significantly stronger. In one of the focus was on enhancing major moves that can turn the tide of battle, such as Naniba Gusto, and destabilize it. This time you just made it easier to incorporate mix-ups from moves like one. One of Asuka's signature moves, 4-2, has been changed so that when it hits, it can lead to an aerial combo while also obtaining Naniba Gusto. Oh, great. So when she launches you with 4-2, which is the best whiff punish in the game, she's now gonna get her install power-up into a combo. So she's gonna do 1,000,000 damage. 1,000,000 damage. Okay. You know, with that buff, she'll be able to do a... Asuka mains correct me, but she post tornado bound, she'll run in and do that. Smash into the ground, into follow-up, and it's half your health. The final kick attack can now be delayed. 1-1 free, 4-1 free. So this is when she does into this kick where she, a vertical front kick where she kicks super high up. She now has delay, so that's buffed to her poking ability, general pressure. So basically, forward 2, she gets the Gusto power up. While running 1+2, Tornado is now triggered upon airborne hit. Oh, is max damage now going to be forward 2 while running 1+2 or something like that? So it's now a screw. Well, more buffs for Asuka. I mean, this is still a defensive buff because this is your whiff punish attack. You don't use that to 50-50. You use 1+2 to 50-50. If this is -9, it's a big buff. But if it's -12, this is a nerf. But I think they miss. This is an error. I think they mean it's safe now. That would make sense. Oh, they're completely reworking Azusa. What we've said before is they want to turn her more into a stance character rather than people spamming the same 3 attacks over and over, so they nerf those 3 attacks. We've seen this in prior balance patches. They've taken... It's been many patches now of nerfing her. But here you can see a lot of buffs to Libertador and her back turn stance. Oh my fucking god. This is just so much shit. It's gonna take forever going through this patch. I think we're still at A. I mean... let's just look at the general and then some key attacks if we see them. Continuing from the adjustments of 104, Azusa has been further refined to enhance her playstyle, emphasizing her unique character traits, particularly focusing on moves related to facing backward state and Libertador, as expected. The variety of offensive options has been expanded by enabling transitions into facing backward state from a fast mid attack with downward 1-4 or into Libertador from a low attack. Since her...
Yo. Yo, Nova, what's up, man? By the way, Nova, we watched your video. It was a very good video. We watched it with like 180 viewers. Everyone liked it. And I think you are right with everything you said. I've been saying that for the longest period of time, but all these chill content creators, they always just lie and gaslight all the time. What shall I say? They really do. Like, for example, FDX, he also made like a video where he says like, yeah, stepping in Tekken 8 is better. But like I always said, you can't buff sidestepping by 15% and then increase the hitbox of the moves by 30% and then expect to be able to step effectively better. You will still step less. So retarded, right? Yeah, nuance. Little nuance. Always these little nuances. FDX? Bro, FDX has the best nickname, bro. FedX. Because he's a Fed. That guy's a Fed. Swear to God. Scheiß auf Tekken. Yo, Anas, what's up? The gaslighting the community has been subjected to is so insane, it's not even funny. The thing is, if you want, I can give you some inside lore that you can use for your videos. Do you want? I have some infos about Murray. I have some infos about a content creator program from Bandai Namco, which they are part of. I know so much, bro. If I give you, because I am too lazy to make videos about it, but since you are active and you wanna make videos about it, I can give you these infos, and then you can, when you think it's useful for your beefs or discourses, you can use it. By all means, speak your mind. So what of these topics do you want me to tell you about? I give you a quick rundown. So there is a Bandai Namco Creators Program, which these people are part of. They get invited to Bandai Namco, they get everything earlier, but they also get briefed on what they can say, what they cannot say. For example, in the beginning of Tekken, they wanted them to use the characters are heated instead of saying it's the heat system, because they didn't want to the people to criticize the heat system. So they wanted everyone to use this term specifically to say the characters are heated officially. And the reason why Tekken started to get, after Tekken 4, started to get specific characters like Alisa, Lars, and these like very easy characters to play that can kind of do everything, was because Murray wanted to give lesser skilled players a chance to compete. Therefore, he wanted to broaden the audience and dumb down the game with those characters. That was like the beginning kind of what you see now in Tekken 8. In Tekken 4, like Murray joined the Tekken Bandai Namco through something called the localization team. And I can, basically shorten the skill gap, and I show you now what this is, the localization team. This is where Murray started off. He never even, he was not, like, he didn't study this. He doesn't have any, he can't show anything that qualifies him for game design, basically. I show you. Wait. So, this is Bandai Namco's localization team, DEI, diversity and inclusion, and it also is about like trans people and sex and gender and all these things, and they put it into the game through the localization, but also in the community. And Murray started in Tekken 4 through the localization team. So the localization team, wait, I pull up the receipt so I don't just make here. Did Murray start in Tekken 4 in the localization team? Yes, Michael Murray, commonly referred like Murray, began his work on Tekken series, part of the localization team, Tekken 4, Arcade, blah blah blah. And he was also part of the translation, obviously. And then he started to be in the game design in Tekken 6. Yes, Murray was an early DEI-like hire because his family is friends with the presidents of the United States. They get like letters for the inaugurations and stuff. President Eisenhower, I have those letters also because the idiot posted it themselves. So he has like a lot of connections from top. And he also is basically indirectly worked for BlackRock, because BlackRock bought the shares on Bandai Namco, and those people then can, because they have so many shares, dictate who can work in the company that they have the shares on. That's just how this shit works. And then in Tekken 6 they made like some really retarded game design choices, as you know, with Alisa and Lars and all these dog shit characters that is all the doing of Murray. And then it went on further, and he got promoted in Tekken 7, while he became also the lead game design in Tekken 8. So imagine it gradually like this. Whenever Murray got promoted in the pyramid of the pyramid structure of the company, the game got more stupid, like at the same time. And in Tekken 8 he is now the lead game designer, and that's why things like, when you know the Hell Sweep is coming, why don't you just block it instead of stepping it, should be not only just a laughing matter for the people, but this is where this like dog shit, this move does everything comes from. You know, like June's forward 2 1+2 thing, where it has no counterplay and you can't take your frames on block. This is all his idea. And yeah, it's basically cooked because of Murray. And CBM, I can also send you the podcast where he said it. Murray is known for only wanting to have shills around him. Therefore, the people that work with Bandai Namco and are officially affiliated, all these content creators, the reason why they are shills is because Murray doesn't allow anyone that criticizes the game to be close to Bandai, because he only wants to have yes men. And CBM, so Cherry Berry Mango, he confirmed that by saying, in Japan the people are afraid because they are close to Bandai Namco, so the pro players, they work very closely with them, and they cannot say or speak their mind or criticize the game, because when they do, they just get replaced by someone else. So therefore, people like Nobi-san, they cannot criticize the game at all, even though they hate it. You can see this also by finding out that Murray went so far to block people on Twitter that talked bad about Tekken in Reddit. So what Murray did, he's that petty. When you post something in Tekken Reddit about the game design, Murray will find out your Twitter handle and block you on Twitter. He's a psychopath. Also, when Fakumram came out, he ring like players that posted stuff about Fakumram's game design. Back then it was obviously horseshit broken. And he made people delete the tweets. And there was also a very famous situation with a pro player. I'm not gonna now mention his name. If I'm honest, I also forgot his name, but even if I would remember, I wouldn't say it, just because. He asked Murray about all the stuff, and then he said, and I quote, "Man, I don't care about this fucking game. I go home now to my hot wife and let these, yeah, I think he said, nerds complain or something." He hates the Tekken community, like he hates them. He wants to like exchange the existing community for something that he envisions in his mind. Yeah, he is very sensitive, yeah. Very sensitive. If Murray wouldn't be in charge... Yeah, if Murray wouldn't be in charge, the game would be better, yeah. The only reason why Tekken is still somewhat interesting is because Tekken was such an amazing product that even when you have someone like Murray that shits on the game like literal diarrhea, it was still good enough to survive the game changes to still be considered somewhat good. But the reason why we get so pissed is because we know the potential this game has, and we get annoyed by his decisions. Fucking bastard. That's why this notion of, yeah, people always complain, even in Tekken 6, Tekken 7, they complained about the game. Yeah, they complained because things are continuously going into the wrong direction. But that doesn't mean just because you criticize things that were going into the wrong direction in Tekken 7, that makes your criticism of Tekken 8 invalid. It just builds onto each other. Tekken 7 introduction of the 2D characters was basically the start of Tekken 8. When you think about it, this like Akuma 2D style and Geese with the meter is nothing but heat. When you can make a 50-50 attempt, which is launch punishable on block with spending the meter and dashing as a heat dash, is the same. And then you do another mix. Every character is now Akuma. But these like idiots, 2-digit IQ morons, they would not understand it, unfortunately. And even if they would understand it, they are so subversive to pretend as if you are the idiot. It's jarring, right? Why do I look like fucking Kratos today, man? Okay, chat, we're gonna go on X now. The Tekken stream is definitely over. Everyone that is here for Tekken talks should now slowly leave. We're just gonna talk about fucking the assassination of Charlie Kirk and stuff like this. You know the drill. I like these topics more than Tekken. Do you believe they have inside actors on the biggest Tekken communities? Yeah, of course. Markman is one of them. What is that Jack player's name again? I don't know why I forgot it. Anakin is one of them. Yeah, Anakin is one of them. Cuddlecore is one of them. Shadow20Z is one of them. The girlfriend of Anakin got Spag banned and Rip banned because she didn't like them. She was before, she was also the hire by BlackRock, and she is there for the checking basically how the people that work with Bandai interact with the outside. And when they criticize the game too much and stuff like this, she builds a case on them. For example, on the case of Spag, she went into his streams and took a rant where he insulted one of his opponents and showed that to Bandai Namco. But since she was only responsible for the American compartment, she could only ban him in America for events that happened, but he was not internationally banned. And then in 2024, she got promoted to the international segment. So now she was for every country, and that's why Spag couldn't commentate anywhere. Yeah, they do that, Nova, they do that. What does inside actors mean? That means, like, for example, very easy. Imagine every company or game or product that has the perception of a lot of people is built like a pyramid, okay? Like, this is the pyramid, and this line here, the A line, is us or you, the viewers and the consumers. And you, with your perception, by liking specific individuals, you put them above yourself one step, and they then represent you. But because the top, so the head of the pyramid, is like people like Murray, they force the people that's supposed to represent those in the bottom to subvert what they say, and they go then against them and gaslight them, because if they don't do that, they don't stay in their position. So initially the people put specific people into those positions, and then these people, in order to stay in those positions, betray the people that put them on. Yeah, the thing is, since you don't support the narrative, you become a target. Do you link your videos in there? What do you mean? Reddit. Wasn't Spec in EWC though? Yes, EWC is not in the hands of Banda, it's in the hands of the Arabs. They have no say there, who commentates. That's why the outcry is so big when the Arabs buy Evo and stuff, but effectively it's good for the consumers. Yeah, Geo gets it. I thought you were talking about all events. No, all events that they have the monopoly on. They don't have the monopoly on EWC. They can't say shit. Even if there is some person, for example, that is banned for transphobia, he can play in EWC. You can say something transphobic and still play in the EWC. They don't ban you because they don't care. And that's why the LGBTQ community is so pissed. Because they lose the power there. Political. It's political. Or did you really think that LGBTQ people don't want EWC and Evo to be in the hands of Arabs because when they go there they get stoned or fucking killed or something? That's not the case. It's because their worldview doesn't get reaffirmed anymore. It literally doesn't. Medusa, are you going Evo France? Bro, I don't even go to my neighbor for this game. Let alone into another country. This is not a competitive game, bro. If a game has no competitive integrity, why would you play a tournament? Does make sense to me, at least. What is that Li Xiaolong, bro? Bro should have stretched a little bit, at least he can't get his fucking leg up. Look at the angle.
Increíble, tío. La final del Evo,
Well, it looks maybe weird to some new players, but you know, being able to get away from the opponent that swiftly is so nice. It gives you a very good feeling when you play the game. Do you believe I should make a video to expose the disenfranchising campaign? That's up to you, I don't know. It depends, because you have to understand this game. If there was a 20% chance of saving Tekken 8, I say go for it, if it would help. steer it into the right direction, but since this game is lost, there's no point anymore. You can't save it. There's nothing gonna... Because if you can't change the company structure and its game design philosophy, you can't change anything. But it would be interesting content. Yeah, but bro, who gives a shit about being a bigger target, bro? This is not Mossad. They can maximum say, oh, he's such a dickhead, or blah blah blah. He's a doomer, and that's it. Who cares? No one cares. I really wanted to keep hope alive for a defensive patch and see. That's not gonna happen. Yeah, let's look at a fucking 5-minute combo. Okay, 1 minute. Is that one combo? Yeah, really? 1 minute? For the person that said, show me this 136 damage combo, he didn't believe it. He is a 150 damage combo. Medusa, you don't play anymore? Bro, I play like once or twice a week. But, yeah, not more than that, because I don't like the game. What am I supposed to play here? Makes no sense. Play here and there, bro. I am detached. This is the best thing you can do also for your mental health. Detach yourself from this game, because otherwise you just will feel like shit. Do you want to feel like shit? And the funny thing is, the people that feel like shit and keep playing the game every day, they say always, yeah, if you don't like the game, drop the game. If everyone drops the game, then they say, please come back. We can't let Tekken die. Essentially saying, suffer with us. Because misery likes company. God won. Sean. Don't know who that even is. Nice combo.
Save lives.
Oh yeah, this was something that I wanted to show you, because when I would say this, people would say, yeah, you believe Israel has space lasers. Israel now doesn't only have the Iron Dome, they have like a new defensive system that shoots lasers into the air and is supposed to defend Israel from every threat from outside, like literally lasers. And they're gonna show it now. Watch, this is legit.
The Jewish space laser is now operational and it's about to save lives. No, really, Israel has just completed final testing of the Iron Beam, a high-powered laser that can vaporize incoming rockets, mortars, drones, and even aircraft at the speed of light. And it's not experimental, it's not a prototype, it's ready to deploy. For years, the problem with the Iron Dome was this. It cost tens of thousands of dollars to intercept a rocket, but not even hundreds for our enemies to fire them. That equation was unsustainable, and our enemies knew it and they used it to bleed us dry. But now, laser interception will cost almost nothing, just the price of electricity. We flipped the equation. For the first time in history, it's more expensive to attack Israel than it is to defend it. It's not just a breakthrough, it's a revolution in warfare. The Iron Beam will soon join Israel's multi-layered defense shield, Iron Dome, David's Sling, and Arrow to create a literal wall of light between our people and those who wish to harm us. And it's the world's first operational laser weapon of its kind. And it's Israeli. It's the future of defense. Cheaper, faster, cleaner, and it will save lives. The Jewish space laser is real, and it's going to change everything.
Nice. Talking war with a smile on its face. I know they had it. Bro, we have been saying they have this and they use it for attacking. And they said that we are schizophrenic and crazy and we watch too many movies and stuff. You think if you can use this defensively, you can't use it offensively? I beg you. This game. Every clip I see of Tekken 8 is another reason to not play the game, bro. What a shit game, man. Bro, what even is this, bro? I can't even see anything. Fuck off, bro.
Used to...
Really? They write the name of Charlie Kirk on the ammunition they use to kill children, yeah? Well, that is a different type of law, I must say.
Israeli military is now honoring the life of Charlie Kirk by writing his name on missiles that are being used to bomb innocent civilians in Gaza. Now, there are several layers of insanity to this story, and I'll start off with this. The Israeli military does not like me. The state of Israel doesn't like me. Netanyahu doesn't like me. This is something they actually did with my name as well. They wrote my name on missiles that they then used to target innocent children in Gaza, so I'm left wondering wondering if this is a practice that they reserve for their fiercest critics and people who oppose them vociferously. Why are they writing Charlie Kirk's name on the missiles that they're using to lob into Gaza and target innocent civilians with? In addition to that, as you all know, Charlie Kirk was in the middle of a private war with the state of Israel. Even Netanyahu himself, he claimed Netanyahu was trying to silence him, trying to buy him off with this huge funding infusion from Zionist organizations into TPUSA. Charlie was very critical of the role that Israel played in dragging the United States into their conflict with Iran. So what's going on here? Why is the Israeli military writing Charlie Kirk's name on missiles? This seems a little bit demonic to me. Twist.
A little bit. Check this out. The Israeli Heritage Foundation, they have like a head rabbi in Israel. He issued like this letter to the family of Charlie Kirk. The only thing is, which was very weird, they issued it on September 2 and released it on September 16. And then I asked Grog about it. The Hebrew date highlighted in red, 9 Elul, converts to September 2, 2025 on the Gregorian calendar per source. Note, the letter was posted on X16 after Kirk's September 10 death. The date may be an error, would be 12 September. And then I said like, okay, is there an official explanation for that date? No official explanation from the Israeli Heritage Foundation or Chief Rabbi's office appears in public sources like Times of Israel, etc., etc. I said, there's no evidence for it not being written before his death either, so fair game, I can draw my own conclusions. He says, fair point. Absence of evidence cuts both ways. The letter was posted on X on September 16 with an internal date of September 2. Searches across Times of Israel, JPost, Haaretz, and Reddit find no official clarification on the discrepancy. Only speculation of a typo or foreknowledge. Kirk died September 10. Bro, everyone knows they did it, bro. I swear to God. It's not like only this one thing, bro. It's not only like this one thing. It's also the Amazon book they uploaded about his death on September 10. Right, and then they deleted the page, and then you need to find it with the Wayback Machine. Like, there is too many of these things. Beyonce, 33-degree Mason. Yeah, that's the book, yeah? Obviously, how many coincidences can you have, bro? So they issue that, they write September 2. Then someone uploads a book on Amazon, release date 2 days before he dies or 1 day before he dies. And then they paint a mural within 2 days after his death. Like, there needs to be some sort of preparation to do that. You can't do that in 2 days. It's impossible. Yeah, published September 9, 1 day before his death. It's just... it's too many. Too many situations like this. What do you need to do to reach 33-degree Mason? Kill children and stuff. Epstein Island. Those type of things. But to reach 33-degree, you need to kill on a grand scale, like bigger scale. Not only one child. Do you want to see the Prime Minister of Germany? Now? This is the Prime Minister of Germany, yeah?
Niemand geholfen habe. Ohne ein Festhalten an der Hoffnung auf
Do
eine
you recognize
positive Antwort,
something,
so schreiben Sie weiter.
maybe,
Ohne ein Festhalten an der
that is
naiven
odd?
Hilfserwartung des Kindes wären wir doch
How come all of them are of this club, bro? How come all of them are this? Wieso hat er hier, weil das ein Jude ist?
Liebe Frau Salamander,
Just read the fucking, Is that his hair? It's a kippah. The Jews wear that. Yeah, that's not hair. It's every fucking country, bro. It's Germany, it's UK, Keir Starmer. I must say it is not France, surprisingly. Just his wife is a man, I guess. Not Spain. Who is the president of Spain? Give me his name. Pedro Sanchez. Okay, I never heard of him actually. I've never heard of him. Israel must be banned. Okay, so basically this is not a Jewish person. Wow. Congratulations, Spain. For once. Do a grok check on his family. I mean, it's pretty obvious if he's criticizing Israel that he's not Jewish. There used to be a lot of Jews in Spain. Yeah, they used to be a lot, but there used to also be the expulsion of the Jews that started the golden age of Spain. Don't forget that.
Out and then suddenly, okay, I can tell you that you're either going to take being kicked in the chest, okay, and told get out, and then suddenly they're all communicating behind your back, and just where he talks about that article, something goes out and suddenly it's like, you know, what's going on? They're like trying to make you think you're going crazy because you're saying some sensible stuff. Charlie was at that moment. He says that he is receiving messages calling him an anti-Semite. So how can you lie right now and dispute it? And better question, why are you lying? I don't like little lies. I'm being contacted by a lot of people that are telling me that just within 48 hours before Charlie passed away, his top Jewish donors were pulling funding from him, demanding that Charlie take their name off of the building that they had donated to Turning Point. I guess I can figure out who that is, how many people could have donated a building. And then once Charlie was killed, they said, never mind, put it back on the building. Okay. Charlie himself had alluded to a tremendous loss of money coming in. And we'll speak about that more. More people are going to come out with information. This is all inevitable. Okay. And
This is the interesting part that I noticed also. Before he is dying, the Jewish people start to boycott him, and there's like Jewish donors saying that he is also not supposed to appear on a podcast with Tucker Carlson, and then he gets invited to no, actually he gets first offer for 150 million by Netanyahu to shill more for Israel. He declines. Then he gets invited to Israel. He declines that also. he gets killed, and all of a sudden they start to say, oh, he was our best friend and the champion of Israel, and here's a mural that we drew for him. After 2 days instant it was there, and all this shit. And don't pay attention to the fact that the dude that made sure that the real killer can escape is also Jewish in a state in America that has only 0.3% Jewish population, so the probability for this to be the case is more likely you win the Super Bowl 3 times. These annoying bastards, man.
Also point you in this direction. You guys remember BB recently was on a PR blitz, despite the fact that he was, fighting this 96,000 front war because Israel didn't do nothing, okay? He was doing a ton of podcasts in America. He went on to Patrick Bet-David's podcast. He went on to Brandon Tatum's podcast. He went on to the Nelk Boys podcast. Anybody find it weird he didn't do Charlie Kirk's show?
That's also interesting. Right before one of these biggest podcasters dies, he went on all these podcasts of all these shills, but Charlie didn't have him on. Since when does Netanyahu do podcasts? Just a question. Isn't the timing a little bit odd?
On the Nelk Boys podcast. Anybody find it weird he didn't do Charlie Kirk's show?
Also, in case you didn't know, this guy here, for example, is also Jewish, This guy here is also Jewish. Patrick Bet-David, a lot of people don't know that.
He went on to the Nelk Boys podcast. Anybody find it weird he didn't do Charlie Kirk's show? Homie very quickly told us that Charlie was penning love letters to him in May. I just love you so much. It's amazing. They were so close. The boys just hits him up like, hey, I know we're fighting this 97,000 front war because we're always the victims, but do you want to just come and maybe stay at my place for the weekend here in Israel? Like, that's the vibe that BB was rushing to present to the media. So why didn't you do Charlie Kirk's show?
I find 150 million exaggerated. It's not exaggerated because the TP USA has funding of around 150 million at the moment, and majority of its donors are already Jewish. So when they would get 150 additional, it would just double their funds. So if 150 million now is exaggerated, well, then how did they get 150 million from other Jewish donors before this proposed 150 million, It's not like he didn't receive already 150 million, they just wanted to double the pay.
I'll leave that as a question for you guys. Common sense, okay? I don't like small lies, and remember, BB started this. I am responding to his shamelessness. Shameless misrepresentation of what Charlie was going through and what Charlie was saying. Because, and I want to be clear, to me right now, it feels, and I'm using a corporate term here, a bit like a hostile takeover, okay? Charlie builds the company organically on the basis of Charlie and Charlie's honest ideas. Suddenly, that company's got a lot of money, and Charlie's honest ideas are starting to change or maybe add more color. And now he's getting financial threats. He's being called names. He increasingly, he's being told who and what he's allowed to speak to, and he's taking a stance. He's taking a stand privately up to these people, and then it doesn't matter anymore because Charlie's dead, and those very same people who were pressing him are now doing, like, very quickly, trying to set in stone that, Charlie, essentially, the energy is Charlie died for Israel. He's just one of us. Nobody ask any more questions. That is literally untrue, and we're not going to allow it.
She's right. Shall we look at the comment section?
That to people around him many times. He felt that Bibi Netanyahu was a very destructive force. He was appalled by what was happening in Gaza. he was above all resentful that he believed Netanyahu was using the United States to prosecute his wars for the benefit of his country, and that it was shameful and embarrassing and bad for the United States, and he resented it. Didn't hate Netanyahu. He wasn't out there with a placard saying that, but he certainly expressed that to me and a lot of other people. And there's no question that Bibi's defenders
What the
on
fuck
internet will
is
call
this
me a
timing?
liar or a kook. I'm telling that's a fact, and is enough text called me and came to see me at my house about this topic. Be verified in pretty short order, and not that it needs to be, because that is I said to him every single time. You know, shortly after my own speech, way to communicate my views. This is actually not the most important issue to me. There are lots of things I can talk about. I don't need to come to.
Well, this is some insane timing, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Seeing how much he was suffering.
Were we on the exact same second also?
People, and I was being attacked too. By the way, it was a huge effort. I wasn't fully aware of it actually, because I don't go online that much. But there was a huge effort.
That's live.
Whom I know,
like Candace Owens show,
the Babylon Bee, for example. Someone who had his own problems with free speech, who was famously canceled. And I like Seth Dillon. I had him on a couple of times. I had dinner with him to show support. Seth Dillon was out there demanding that Charlie Kirk take me off the roster.
I swear it was synchron.
Because I had said things that Bibi didn't like, or that he didn't like, or whatever. Shocking that someone whose whole persona is wrapped up in the idea that we all get to speak, and if you don't like it, make a more compelling case, that person and many others like him were advocating for me getting pulled off the stage because they don't like what I'm saying. This is a trend, and one that we should be really concerned about. It's not just about Israel, by the way, at all. The trend is really simple. People with power don't want to hear disagreement. They don't want to be challenged, ever. That's why we have free speech, to acknowledge that even those of us, or people with less power, still have a right to talk because they're human beings. You don't own them. So time after time, Charlie would call me or come to see me and let me know, wow, or show me text messages. These people are really mad that you're speaking. And I would always have the same thought, like, I feel pretty moderate, actually. I've never been an Israel hater. Obviously, I'm not an anti-Semite. I just don't want more wars, and I don't want a foreign country humiliating my country and telling us what our laws have to be. I mean, this seems like pretty basic America First stuff, and he would say, I totally agree with you, but they want you off the stage. And I would always say, no problem. And he would say, no, it's important. It's a matter of principle. I want you to be there. Great. By the way, I'm not accusing anyone of being involved in that murder. I'm not trying to mutter darkly or imply anything. There's a lot we don't know about who murdered Charlie and why, but I don't know, and I'm not going to pretend that I do. But I think it's important to say that out loud, because it's a fact, and there are many liars out there trying, Bibi Netanyahu, number one among them, shamefully, who are trying to distort the truth, a truth that I know and can prove.
What I want to add here is that it takes a truly demonic spirit, right, to be a part of the people that were swarming, pressuring, threatening, intimidating Charlie, to then flip in 1 second after he dies and say, pretend it never happened, like they were just great friends. That's weird to me. It's very weird to me. We wouldn't be here if they didn't do that. They could have said anything, by the way, like, Josh, Hammer, I know how you were messaging him. Like, release the messages, buddy. Just release all of your threads with Charlie in the 48 hours leading up to his death, okay? Let people see it. They did it at first regarding me last year. They insisted, and I said, Charlie, I couldn't even come up for air. I said, Charlie, don't even think about it. I don't even care. Don't even fight your donors. Like, just let them think they won, because I got to rebuild my entire life. I was just publicly fired. You know what I mean? Like, this is not, you're good. Like, you are so good. I couldn't even care about this less. Like, you're a brother to me. Do what you have to do to survive, okay? And then he just saw them moving into, it wasn't just Candace. They wanted Tucker. I'd like to talk to Tucker. Tucker shouldn't be here. And then Charlie realized which way the wind was blowing, because it's never enough. It's never enough with them, okay? They want to be the authority on speech, and it is reality that those very same people who were pressuring him and threatening him and intimidating him and calling him an anti-Semite and telling him he was hosting anti-Semitism, then became the fastest people to try to eulogize him and to say, look no further, he effectively died for Bibi Netanyahu. It's wrong, and we have to stand up to that narrative. Matt Gaetz jumped into the ring and basically just doubled down on what Tucker Carlson said. He tweeted this. I have personal knowledge as to many of the claims Tucker is making here. They are 100% true. Yes, they were behaving like demons. There's just no question. It's very weird when a demon then pretends that they weren't being demonic. You could be chill. You could have transformed it after Charlie was assassinated. You could have said, wow, my last correspondence with him was I was upset about something, and now I realize that life is so short and fragile, and it's really not worth it to skirmish with one another. Like, I really regret my last correspondence. And then I would have been like, okay, that was really authentic and real. Instead, they were like, we had a wonderful time. I just saw Charlie. Wasn't what? Oh, love Charlie. Just loved him so much. Something is weird about that. Spiritually, it's evil. That's what it is. It's evil. And in case you needed any more, another person to tell you that he was being intimidated and they were bullying him about who he could speak to, here's Megyn Kelly. She joined Tucker Carlson, and she says this very quickly. Take a listen.
Charlie is not the only one who's been threatened or was threatened to cut ties with you or not platform you. I too have gotten that, especially since you've been more outspoken on Israel. And I couldn't care less the amount of pressure they put on. I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah. This is madness. Why would you want to silence such a powerful, important voice just because you disagree with them on one subject, one on which we've all watched you sincerely evolve as you grapple with principles you've been espousing for years, like America First, like what's happening to Christians, like what's best for us and our kids here. How do I keep them safe? That's my number one priority. And I've been just absolutely disgusted and recoiled from people who have tried to pressure me on it. It, of course, never happened. But I know from speaking to Charlie, he felt it too. You've heard it from Charlie, that he felt, and there is a layer here of nefarious pressure to have certain narratives go only one way.
Yes.
That must be called out and must be fought.
Love that. Like, Megyn, that was amazing. Thank you. I think all of us right now are just feeling we have to speak, okay? So if you know something about what was going on, if you have something, send it all to me because I'm organizing, okay? I'm getting a lot of tips. By the way, many of you guys spoke about the individual who very quickly, I think 4 minutes after Charlie was shot, went and took the camera down and moved his chair and stood up and took the camera down like literally 4 or 5 minutes after he was shot. I want to let you know I was able to figure out who that person was because I recognized one of the individuals, and I reached out to that individual and I said, you know, I've known you for a long time and I would like to see the footage. I would like to see the footage, and I think the world would trust me. If there's nothing weird that happened on that day, and there's about 4 or 5 cameras on that day, I'm not going to publish the footage, but I want to see it with my own 2 eyes so I can stand on this platform, so I can sit here on this platform and I can say to the world, no funny business happened. Truly, we can all go home. It was Tyler Robinson and he acted alone and there was nobody else there. And this kid just, I guess, after having a life where he didn't bother anybody, just woke up one day and chose violence and then decided to explain every layer of what he had done that day via text messages. I want to be able to look people in the eye honestly and say that, so I want to see all of his footage. So I am working to get to the bottom of it. Okay, I know there's a lot of conspiracy theories floating in about the security guard and people thinking he was making gestures. I know that security person. He's a good guy. It would shock me. I usually get a vibe about somebody. Not that guy. Not the guy that they say he's like rolling up. He tends to do that, roll up his sleeves. I don't buy that one. Okay, I don't buy that one. And but here's the thing. That's my gut. My gut has led me in the right way. And I want you guys to know that once I look at all the footage from every angle, if I'm putting in this formal request and they said they would speak to the lawyers, I think the world will trust me to say.
Well, you didn't see what the guys before said, that Charlie was getting threats from the Jews and shit.
To know that. And I mean business. I'm getting to the bottom of this. And lastly, I want to say to this like new flex operation mocking pastor, regarding which, by the way, the first time they went after Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, a source told me, and I would love to get this confirmed, I'm going to find this out, that $150 million was spent on that, and it came from Bibi Netanyahu. I would like to figure out if that's true. But anyways, obviously investigating this, and I'm not going to let it go, okay? You're not going to emotionally use some jujitsu, and I'm referring here to Roy or Rob McCoy, who says, I'm Charlie's pastor, and here's the truth, or whatever it is, to look the other way right now, okay? You're not going to tell me that I have to feel too bad to investigate who shot my friend in front of my face. So stop the nonsense. This is what Charlie's pastor passed around to all of the people that were intimidating Charlie leading up to his death.
I think she doesn't think it was 6 million either at this point, bro.
When Bibi Netanyahu was lying about Charlie, here's pastor, you know what he's saying are lies. No, he didn't find his voice saying anything about Bibi Netanyahu. Candace investigating things? Yeah, that's gotta stop. Here's what he wrote, okay? What's his name? Rob McCoy. He wrote, Charlie Kirk was my friend and I was his pastor. I want to simply say this regarding Candace Owens. Charlie Kirk was a friend to Candace and never publicly spoke poorly of her, though he disagreed with her. He never operated nor entertained gossip or innuendo concerning Candace. My only comment I offer regarding Candace is this. I only wish at this tragic time of mourning, she would be the friend to Charlie Kirk that he was to her. He would never have treated Candace or her family in such a way had, God forbid, this tragedy been hers. A friend loves at all times.
What is she doing?
And he drops a biblical proverb.
Because
now,
she's saying it was the Jews?
Okay? I hope that Charlie would have been the sort of friend that I'm being. Okay, he would have never.
Like, what is she doing?
Why wouldn't Charlie Kirk have investigated if I had been killed and we were being so obviously lied to? I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong. I think Charlie was a real friend and he would not have dropped it. He would not have let it go. Least of all, because he was being emotionally manipulated by a guy who curiously kept his mouth shut when Bibi lied. You knew, if you were really his close friend and pastor, how he was feeling about Bibi Netanyahu. You knew, if you're his close friend and pastor, exactly the names of everybody who was intimidating him and how poorly they are misrepresenting the things that he believed. So why don't you focus on being more honest as a pastor and giving as much information as you can possibly provide so that we can continue this investigation? If you can't do this, I'm going to have to ask for your silence, okay? Be quiet. I mean that. Nobody is going to stop me from investigating what happened to Charlie Kirk, because it feels to me, okay, that this is a conspiracy, a federal level conspiracy, which means that there's gonna be somebody else, maybe somebody close to Charlie that could be involved in this, right? And when I am satisfied that there is no conspiracy, I will communicate that. But at the moment, no, I am feeling the exact opposite. I don't trust anybody. There's a lot more information that I wish I could share, but I'm going to tell you guys, it's going to get uglier. And these absolute demons are trying to justify saying you shouldn't investigate until the funeral, until the state funeral, until, as I have heard, people are trying to buy their way, okay? I've given this much money. I want to say some remarks about Charlie Kirk, okay? Stop, okay? Just stop. A real friend would investigate.
I'm telling you, on his funeral, all these Jews, they will stand there and then start to say, oh yeah, this and that.
And the answers that they were given.
To be honest, even if you find out a conspiracy and tell it what's it going to do, it's just entertainment information.
Thinking about all of this, I want to remind you.
I don't agree.
Because
the people are starting to wake up towards what the Jewish people are doing. 9/11, JFK assassination, Epstein Island. These things are not just entertainment. If we want to have entertainment, we watch Demon Slayer, the new movie, you know.
Metals and made overseas. You can, however, trust the wellness company's Recharge, which is a doctor-formulated supplement combining powdered methylene blue with...
Alright. Silence the fucking ad. Yeah, I don't think this stuff is just entertainment, bro. There's a movement happening that you are not aware of, bro. A lot of people are starting to hate Jews because of this. And rightfully so. Cam froze. Lol, you're right, I misspoke. It's okay. I got into horror movies to get out the mundane at first. I wanted to watch the newest Final Destination.
You have been living on credit cards.
When is the new, the new Final Destination? I think the Seattle Needle is like exploding. Is like the thumbnail of the movie, like it's the poster. I wanted to watch that. Is getting hated not their plan though? Yes. but it needs to happen regardless. Because their plans, they will fuck up eventually at the stage of World War III. Yeah, when the devil plans, God plans too. It's trash, it's not good. Really? I loved Final Destination. Especially that Final Destination where they go into the airplane and they die in the airplane. And he says, oh shit, we are dying, we need to get off the airplane. Boah, that was a good one. Oh, by the way, I must say one thing though, which is a bit weird. Candace Owens' husband is a big donor of a Jewish Christian organization. So her husband is somehow involved with Jewish people. That's why I don't trust her also, but I just watch this stuff and I do my research on my own and I just check what she says, and so far everything that I found out, she is saying the same, kind of, minus a few more details that I found with the airplane, like with the jet that was 5 minutes away from that place that took off, that was owned by a dude that was funding a Jewish organization called Shabbat Lubavitch, and then they turned off the tracking system and it couldn't be found on the radar anymore. So the probability of the killer using that jet to fly to Israel was very high. She didn't mention that at all, for example. She didn't also mention that the decoy guy that got made it sure that the guy can get away was Jewish. She didn't mention that also, which was important.
God bless you, Candace Owens, and your family. God bless America. Keep Charlie's legacy alive. I know that Charlie made it to heaven, and I think he's watching. I think he is looking down, knowing that, like his wife said, evildoers have done some things, and I'm gonna keep fighting until we learn the truth. I don't care who dislikes me. I already didn't care. Like, I pieced out of politics a while ago because I didn't have...
Her husband is just very rich. Yeah, but why does he use his riches to fund Jewish organizations? You could fund anything. Why does it need to be a Jewish organization? That's a valid question.
That's why they hate me. That's exactly why they hate me, because they don't
Yeah,
have
fuck it, take
any
it.
ownership over me. They can't fire me. That's it. The person that can fire me is my husband. And I don't think he's going to fire me. I hope not. Geraldine Padilla writes, never surrender, fight for Charlie and fight for freedom. We will. Mia writes, what do you do when a person has such high morals? They will never do anything that you can use to blackmail them, and they won't take your money to say lies. Charlie Kirk couldn't be bought or blackmailed, and that is why they took him out. That is...
How were games versus Arslan? Well, I only had like one normal game with him and my finger was hurting. I couldn't really play that well, but I did 4 perfect electric.
At the end, he relied on his donors. They were making threats. Some of them, up until the very last minute, were making threats against him.
4, bro.
I'm referring to, obviously, when people are lying and saying that I said this donor tried to kill him, or it's so ridiculous. Financial threats, that's a threat. Okay?
You can't say you beat Arslan though. Yeah, in one game 4 perfect electric and 1 instant while standing 2 and 1 perfect. No, 2 perfects, I think. Where can I watch it? It's on my stream. On his stream also.
Saying that I said stuff that I didn't say. You know, their new thing that went around is today I woke up and like all of like Bill Ackman's cronies were like, would you like to comment? The New York Post would, like,
Yeah, I played him on Kazuya.
New York Post.
How can he do this? How?
I don't care.
Every time. Perfect electric.
Okay, we see what is happening, and you're not going to distract me. Write your stupid articles. Call me whatever you need to call me. People are listening, and they can hear the words that are coming out of my mouth, okay? The entire world needs to wake up right now. And I believe that Charlie Kirk's murder has provided us an opportunity to do so. To stop the left and right BS and to focus...
She doesn't know the power of anti-Semitism. Yeah.
Scott writes, what is your view on the questioner on trans violence? The questioner on trans violence. Did you watch his remorse video? I was not convinced. I believe he had gone to other Charlie Kirk events. Also, the guy with long hair who cheered and said that he would explain later. It may all be a coincidence. It just seems too sloppy to be the Mossad. Guy is too crazy. I'm not sure who you are speaking about, but I will just say this overarching. I haven't presented a theory as to who was involved. My theory is that we are not being told the truth, and I think that there were multiple people that were involved, including George Zinn. That's my overarching theory at the moment. George Zinn with this decoy thing that makes entirely no sense to me. And it will make sense if there's more people that are involved. So I believe that Tyler Robinson played a part. I don't know which part he played. Curious Nat writes, pray this gets used wisely. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Nat writes, they messed with the wrong best friend. You'd think that they would learn. Thank you, Candace, for changing my life 5 to 6 years ago. Christ is king. Indeed, Christ is king and Christ is truth. And we're going to get to the truth. Wow, by the way, also, that is a really huge donation. So thank you, Nat, for that. And also to other people.
Okay, this is turning into slope now. It was interesting in the beginning. Man, I'm so sad for Charlie. If this guy would name Jews and be on our side and still be alive, he would be such a great person on our side. I mean, we will never know. I guess we will never know. But it's mad that he got threatened, you know? The Jewish people are so weird. Like, how much do you need to shill for them? Like, he built his platform of shilling for them. At the moment where he wants to switch the sides, they kill him. Like, hello? Wasn't Kirk a pro-Jew? Yeah, he was in the beginning. Like, that's what he built his platform on. That's how he got all these Jewish donors. But then he started to talk badly about them and start to criticize Israel. And he even went so far to start criticize Jewish people and say that Mossad was like Epstein was a Mossad agent. The moment he said Epstein is a Mossad agent, one day after he died, like, you know, everyone knows, bro, the Israeli government, the Jewish people run a child sex trafficking operation in which they invite the most powerful people on the planet to fuck children. Okay? I just want you to understand the implications of this. There is a country, a rogue country on this planet that runs a child sex trafficking ring, and Epstein Island is just one of the outlets that we know of. They invite your presidents, they invite the rappers, they invite the film stars, the Will Smith, all these fucking bastards go there, fuck children, get filmed, and then blackmailed. Trump was there, Bill Clinton was there, Hillary Clinton was there, Obama was there. And that's just enough for the whole world to attack Israel, bro. That only is enough. Let's just ignore the fact that they did 9/11. Let's just ignore the fact that they now do even a genocide. Let's just ignore all of it. And just focus on this one thing, that for the past 30 years, there's a child sex trafficking operation in which they steal children, traffic them, fuck them, kill them, in order to take photos and videos of the participants and then blackmail them, which they can enforce their narrative through that blackmail of these people. That is enough for the whole world to attack that place. What else do you need? It's not even a conspiracy theory. If you think this is a conspiracy theory, you are a retard. Legit, a retard. And it's not only fucking American politicians, bro. It's even Mohammed bin Salman. Now check that one out. What does Mohammed bin Salman have to do with this? They're just waiting for the invitation. Yeah. I don't know what this is supposed to mean, but you tell me. What does that mean? Eh? Why would he post that? Wait a minute. You know what? I show you something. There is a 80 minutes, okay, but I can't retrieve it. I can't retrieve it, yeah, but I could only find like 2 minutes of it, okay? There was a 80 minutes video of someone smuggling in a phone into the White House, officially, and they were under the desk filming they were filming the conversations between a few Jews and Trump. 80 minutes long. But that 80 minutes is gone. Like, it's deleted. You can't find it anywhere. I tried all day, bro. But these 2 minutes are still there. Like 1 minute 30. So basically, in this 1 minute 30, they talk with Trump and explain to him his role in this Jewish plot. And they explain to him gematria. This is what I always refer to when I try to educate my viewers. Hey, the number 33 is important. 9/11 has this number and meaning and stuff like this because they believe in it, yeah? And here in this video, they describe to Trump what the meaning of his name is in Jewish numerology. And then when you hear this, you will understand why I call him the guy that comes before the Messiah, Jewish Messiah. So listen to this.
Jeans, the Jack Nicklaus jeans over there. Get a putting lesson. I missed the golfing jeans. So Jackie is your father? Yes, sir. So he made, I don't know if you've ever heard this. He made the best speech, one of the best speeches I've ever seen. In the rotunda, right? That was during the congressional medical, right? Yes, sir.
The head rabbi of Ukraine.
They want you to make
some of the rabbis in Israel.
They want everybody at this table. They do, but they don't understand the concept because they're inefficient.
In the Hebrew religion, they wait for the Messiah to come.
Wow.
So the Messiah Moshe David, if you take the name, you see where it adds up 424. If you take your name, Donald Trump, and then there's your 11, it adds up to 424. It's something that is very, very unbelievable.
It's like you have the same numbers as Messiah, you know. Yeah, it's like not good. It's like best. It's like miracle.
Why 424?
It's like name of Messiah. You know?
That's his name. The Messiah comes out to 424.
What are the numbers?
No, it's not the number.
It's exactly the number.
Your name, and the numbers, it adds up to his name. It's 424, 424 in the Jewish. So it's like Messiah is the person that's come to save the whole world. So it's like you're the savior being, that's for you.
It's amazing. We just thought we're like, wow. It's amazing.
It can't hurt. It can't hurt.
So, all Jew people of Ukraine, they're praying of you. You know, they're like.
Show it to Jared. He'll explain it.
So now I will break down to you what was being said. Maybe you didn't understand it. The subtitles are in German. During a joint dinner, the parties drew parallels between Trump and the Messiah. the chief rabbi of Ukraine, as well as some rabbis in Israel, are very grateful for what are you doing. Like, because he is behind the scenes. I'm trying to explain this all the time to the people. Trump is just sitting there and receiving the orders, and he says, yeah, that is good for me, right? When I do like this and like that. And then they say, in Judaism, it is prophesied that the Messiah will come, that the Messiah will save the world. You are the Savior, unbelievable, but they don't mean that he is the Messiah. They mean that he is the Messiah that comes before the real Messiah. So there is a mini Messiah, the Messiah of Edom. That is the last president of the United States before that place collapses. I will show you also the evidence soon about that. I don't make this up. Then your name, Donald Trump, equates to 424, Messiah, son of David, in Hebrew Gematria. That is what that means for me. It's unbelievable, simply wow. That's why all Jews in Ukraine are praying for you. Show it to Jared, the husband of his daughter, because the husband of his daughter is Jewish. He will, or we do it ourselves. We explain to you the meaning of your position and all this shit. And then I say, okay, does Judaism have a concept of a dome? So this is America falling before the coming of the ultimate Messiah, Moshiach ben David. And do some rabbis interpret Trump as the precursor for his arrival? Do some Jewish rabbis equate a dome to America and think it will collapse? Now the numerology doesn't end there. You have Trump being the 45th and the 47th president, as I mentioned before. And 4 plus 5 is 9, and 4 plus 7 is 11. So he is, in their understanding, America's 9/11. Yes, Jewish traditions, Shabbat sources. Remember, did you hear in today's stream this name, Yet Shabbat? This is a very important organization of the Jews. The airplane or the jet that was being flown away from Charlie Kirk's assassination spot, where the person that owned this plane gave donations to an organization called Shabbat Lubavitch. That's the full name. Now, these organizations here, the Shabbat sources, describe Edom's fall, symbolizing Israel's enemy before Moshiach ben David, often via precursor like Moshiach ben Yosef. Some rabbis like Mendel Kessin view Trump as a Messiah of Edom, or precursor aiding the process via actions like Jerusalem recognition. Some like Itzhak Shapira and Kessin equate Edom to America West and predict its decline or purification in end times, though this is not universal. This is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah, and this is a messianic end-time theology in Judaism. So in this end-time theology, you will find 9/11, you will find the name Bin Laden, you will find where they talk about the last president of the United States before it collapses, and you will find World War III, you will find refugee crisis that comes because of 9/11, you will find the wars in the Middle East, you will find that they say the refugee crisis happens between the children of Esau and Ishmael, and they will mix in Edom, and that will lead to a civil war type of situation, and they need to stoke the fire in between these groups, that's the Christians and the Muslims, because if they would shake hands together, they would openly turn against us, so us is Jews. Now you can make out of this what you want, obviously. I'm just here to tell you that this is real. They believe in this. So what the conspiracy people that are a little bit more knowledgeable on this stuff think, and I'm not talking about like the surface level information, is that this Trump son of a bitch is the last criteria before the coming of the Antichrist or something like that. Trump's, yeah, what shall I tell you, man? This fucking faggot, he pretends as if he's Christian. First of all, he converted to Judaism. Just so you know. Then he pretends as if he is like fighting the deep state, fighting the swamp. In reality, he gets his, like, that is the deep state. He is talking to the deep state. What is Edom? As mentioned here before, Edom is America. Yeah, equates Edom to America. So you got to imagine it like this in a world history. It was Rome, but before Rome there was Edom. So it was not always called Rome because the history of humankind obviously dates back before Rome. And they say that they already owned Edom, and Edom became Rome. And with the help of the Roman Empire, they killed they gave the instructions to kill their number one enemy. And then the number one enemy in Judaism is Jesus. And after Roman Empire, the time of the Roman Empire is over, you have these new structures with the EU and with the America, and all the flags that have these stars, you know, they are owned by Jews. And that's the new Roman Empire is America and Europe. If you paid attention, the European flag has stars on it, right? The American flag also has stars on it. Those stars refer to the Star of David. And they indirectly show the real owners of these places. Hope you get it. Morocco also. When I want to talk about Morocco and Turkey, I need to open a whole new fucking chapter. You thought that it's only Europe, bro? The New World Order is about a one world government, okay? Now imagine it like this. In the Messianic times, they say, when the New World Order is here, the old worldly order is abolished. What is the old worldly order? The old worldly order at this time is basically, we have politicians, we have the left and we have the right, and those people are like actors. And we think like, oh, okay, we have a choice, but in reality, they are all owned by Jews. As simple as that. Sometimes they might say something against them, sometimes they might say something in favor of them, but it's just a theater show to give you this type of illusion of, yeah, there is maybe some people that are against it, some people that are for it. It feels organic, you know, like a playbook. That is the current worldly order, where Edom, basically America, is the head of everything. The new worldly order is when they don't need to hide behind governments anymore and unite humanity under one flag and officially own all of us through Mosiah ben David, which is the Messiah. That one eye that they always show you, this like, this, what is on the $1 bill in that pyramid, that eye, this Illuminati symbol, that just stands for their Messiah. Maybe Candice is one of those people. I think she is. But it doesn't matter. Andrew Tate is also. Who do you think we can trust in this world? Well, not any government. Andrew Tate, how? Andrew Tate has something called the War Room. And actually, let me show you. This should basically eliminate all your doubts. When you see this, you can forget about Andrew Tate. So, this is Andrew Tate. This is the guy behind Andrew Tate. Okay? This is a rabbi. His fake name is Iggy Semmelweis, and he is the head of the War Room. I don't know if you heard about it. It's called the War Room, which you subscribe to when you want to enter his whatever this is, yeah. And this guy is the leader of it, and they promote something called Tateism. You know, it's like a different type of, it's like a form of religion with its own tenets and stuff. And his name, Andrew Tate, obviously he's not that guy. He's pretending, oh yeah, I tricked the Matrix, I am Top G. Top G stands for this, okay? That is the symbol from Andrew Tate, is that. And the other alias that Andrew Tate has is Cobra Tate. And what the snake is standing for, you can also imagine. It's the serpent. Okay? Alright. So, this is the numerology of Emery Andrew Tate. And as you know, numerology is important to these people. This is what his numerology is standing for. Mind control, Jewish ritual, Masonic ritual, Chaim, Tree of Life, Washington DC, Society of Jesus. Okay, that is not a coincidence. Freemasons, Revelation, All-Seeing Eye, Holy Nails. These nails stand for the nails that they put into Jesus' limbs, by the way. Oh, we're not done here yet. Yeah, because I want to explain to you properly why you shouldn't trust Andrew Tate, okay? The person in the photo with Andrew Tate is Miles Sonkin, that's his real name, known as Iggy Semmelweis. He is Tate's right-hand man and second in command in the War Room. He's actually the head of the War Room, but okay, we take this, we say he's only second place. A paid network accused of teaching grooming tactics for online sex work per BBC and Bellington Cat investigations, he described himself as a hypnotist and master of spells and shadows. And Andrew Tate said this himself. He is his personal Jewish magician, and he does some sort of weird rituals with him that help him be a better debater. Okay, that's what he said himself. Master of spells and shadows. Is he Jewish? And do these spells have something to do with Jewish Kabbalah mysticism to help him be a better spokesperson? So he will now, like Rock will deny that this is part of it. He will say like, no, but let's see. Yes, Miles Sonkin, Iggy Semmelweis, has a surname of Jewish origin, and multiple sources, including investigative reports and online analysis, describe him as Jewish. His Master of Spells and Shadows title refers to hypnosis and NLP persuasion tactics, not Kabbalah, mysticism, BBC, and Vice investigation. So it wants to tell me that even though Andrew Tate said that himself, the Master of Spells and Shadows is not connected to Jewish Kabbalah mysticism just because BBC says so. Okay, so obviously that's bullshit. Okay, then fact check this statement. Iggy Semmelweis has stated that Tate is gonna make young men follow a new religion called Tateism. That's why I said this guy doesn't stand for Islam. He just wants to lure in as many people as he can and pretends as if he is a Muslim. But a Muslim doesn't promote a religion that he calls Tateism. This is shirk. That's the worst thing that you can do in our religion, to make people follow things that you believe in. We don't have something like that. That's fucking satanic. Fact check. Verified via Iggy Semmelweis 2023 tweets, he stated he prefers Tateism over Islam and other religions, citing its 41 tenets as enduring. This supports claims he promoted it as a new path for young men to follow, potentially replacing traditional faiths. Source his ex posts and BBC Vice reports. Okay, So this is an official thing. Andrew Tate, when you go into, like, first of all, he's in Twitter and he says, oh yeah, I'm a Muslim, this and that, but at the same time he says, like, have 10 baby mamas, you need to have a Bugatti, if you don't have this watch, you are a bum, if you don't have 5 million in your bank account, you are worthless. This is has nothing to do with Islam. That's obvious. A blind person can hear this and recognize this has nothing to do with this. You don't even need eyes for that. And then, last question, is the right hand of Andrew Tate, which is Jewish, also a rabbi? Has he ever stated such a thing, or are there hints towards him being a rabbi in the past? It will say no, but I found evidence for him being a rabbi. But I can't find it now because I need to prepare it, I need to Google, and I need to go into some forums and find shit out. But I think I made a very compelling case now with a lot of evidence. And I could also pull up all the tweets and stuff. They deleted them, but you have always the Wayback Machine and stuff like this. So no, blah, 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 is not a rabbi. He explicitly denied it in a 2022 post, I am not a rabbi. This, I am not a rabbi, he started to say after he changed his name from Miles Sonkin to Iggy Semmelweis. So his new persona is not a rabbi, but his old persona was a rabbi. So, so we just established the facts now. Iggy Semmelweis, of Jewish descent, which is not his real name, is the right-hand man of Andrew Tate. Key roles: one of the leaders of the War Room, promotes Tateism as a new religion, is Tate's personal hypnotist and helps him debate better. Yes, your summary is accurate, based on verified sources like BBC, Bellingcat, and Semmelweis' own statements. Miles Sonkin, aka Iggy, is Tate's key war room leader, promotes Tateism as a superior path, and uses hypnosis for persuasion, including debate tactics. So this is all you need, bro. You can't trust this fucking son of a bitch. Are they using the books that Solomon buried? No, these are different. Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah is satanic. It doesn't have anything to do with Solomon. Solomon was not a Satanist. They don't follow God's commands. Not at all. Any other questions regarding Tate? But yeah, that's why I'm trying to explain to you how important the numerology of these things are. Like when you have his father with this type of numerology, I just showed you how Jewish people explain Trump's numerology on his name. And then you have this fucking numerology is insane, bro. Jewish ritual, Masonic ritual, mind control, that is not like just random. Arwin, can you please explain the always change their original names? What's the reason behind it? It's like a trend. You got to understand Jewish people have the highest amount of schizophrenia among all other races. You can also use AI to fact check that. The reason for that is because they have been persecuted for 2000 years. Why have they been persecuted and kicked out? Because after some time people notice that they have some sort of war manual that they apply against the native population of the host nations that they invade. And therefore, when they get spotted, the people need to find out who is Jewish. So they change their names to hide their identity. They all do that. That's not a coincidence that they all do that. They all do that, okay? So then you go into World War II with Hitler and all this shit, and then they started to put like Stars of Davids on people that they identified as Jewish. Why would they need to do this? because they hide their identity. Medusa, how did you find all this information and how long have you been studying this subject? "5 years." Was Schindler a Jew? Schindler's List is isn't Schindler's List made by Spielberg? I'm pretty sure. Okay, so Steven Spielberg. Is Steven Spielberg Jewish? Yes, Steven Spielberg is Jewish. So this is how you find out their propaganda. You look at the source material, and then you look at who wrote it. Then you try to find out, is the person Jewish? And when you know he's Jewish, you can know it's a pile of dog shit. Now do the same for Corona. You know, Johnson & Johnson, President CDC, Pfizer, the Secretary of Health of America, all the people that push this COVID narrative, they were all Jews. All of them. Predominantly. And even though they are making only 0.2% of the world population, 2% of the American population, but they are 90% of the people that are pushing this narrative. So then one needs to ask himself, how high is the percentage of the people that are involved in this plot, in this like subversive attack on humanity? How high is the percentage? So there is average like Israelis are retards. Most of them are not even really Jewish, okay? They are just Europeans, essentially. When they would do a DNA test, they would find out they have no Semitic fucking blood, and they are not related to the 12 tribes of the Israelites. So these guys are just normal fucking faggots, bro. They just run around, they think they are God's chosen people. They don't believe in God, but they think that God promised them that land. You know, they are just complete retards. We are not really talking about those guys. We are talking about guys that are at the top level of every part of human endeavor. For example, in Hollywood, in the food industry, in the health industry, in the TV show, CNN, MSNBC, Netflix, Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, the Rothschild family, the right hand of Biden, for example. Biden's whole family is also married to Jewish people. We're talking about these types of Jews. We're not talking about some faggot in Israel that puts the fries in the fucking bag, you know? Those exist, obviously. I don't care about them. European Jews are Ashkenazi, right? Well, the problem is with that, it's a bit convoluted because they intermix. They have like a bloodline type of order. Okay, you can imagine there's the Freemasons, it goes up to 33-degree Mason. Up until there, everyone is non-Jewish, like Shaquille O'Neal, Jay-Z, Beyonce, and all these other bastards. And beyond that, then comes the Jews. And within this, like, hierarchy, the older your family bloodline is, and the more inbred, the more pure you are seen to them. And I know inbred is a very offensive word, but I mean it in the literal sense, because these like Rothschild families and stuff, they do a lot of incest. Because they want to keep their blood as close as possible to the 12 tribes of the Israelites. Medusa, do you know about the people of Khazar Yeah, that's the Ashkenazi Jews, the European ones. This is where the word Holocaust comes from. They had like a statue called Moloch. The Ukrainian crest is the Moloch sigil that they used, the Khazarian mafia. So Ukraine flag, you just take that, and that symbol in the middle, that is what stands for the Khazarian mafia. And these people were not Jewish because they were of the tribes of the Israelites. They just happened to take that religion on later, and they did some ritual sacrifices of children in a statue called Moloch, and the act of the sacrifice was called Holocaust, which means a burnt offering. And unironically, the Ashkenazi Jews that said that the Germans did burn them in ovens in World War II used unironically that word, Holocaust, even though they did that in the past. Phew. Mind blown away. History is interesting when you study it. Medusa, how do you feel about Iranian Jews? Are they also part of the Jewish plot? Well, the Iranian Jews are also part of it. They are from Isfahan. No problem, Forik. They are also behind like the revolutions and getting rid of the Shah of Persia and stuff like this. And the first batch of followers, 70,000 followers of the Jewish Messiah will be from Iran. Just so you know. That's a hadith, by the way. Where's the guide? You just type in movement and then you will find out. I have a friend who did DNA test and he is 3.6 Ashkenazi. Yeah, but 3.6 is nothing. Who cares? 3.6. I wonder how much I am if I made a test, but I don't think I have. Wouldn't make any sense. Because I'm not European. Medusa, is the 271k thing only the tip of the iceberg? Well, the 271k thing is closer to the real number of Jewish people that died. 6 million is obviously a lie. Yeah. More of their enemies died than themselves. That 6 million is just shit. There's just one thing I never found out till this day. Any tips, Medusa, practicing perfect electrics? Just practice, bro. Continuously do it. You will learn. So, here. Is it true that since 1933, okay, the world's population went from 2 billion to 8 billion. Jewish population went from 15 million to approx 15 million. Yes. The global population has indeed grown dramatically since 1933 from approximately 2 billion to over 8 billion. So, Jewish population went from 1933 15.3 million to 2023 15.7 million. So now I ask your intelligence, how is this possible? The only hint I could find out to verify that this is not a lie here. What is that? Wait a minute. Interesting. This somehow looks like the sign of the Freemasons. Because I saw it in small here, it was like, isn't that the symbol for Freemasonry? They have like changed the Star of David a little bit to adopt that. But anyways, it's just, who cares, bro? We already know the Jews are the Freemasons. Anyways, apparently, the Jewish people are continuously saying there's too many people on the planet and that they need to reduce the population. We are overpopulated. Have you ever heard that? Therefore, I think that this number is real because they cannot maintain the herd anymore, which is this. They need to reduce it towards that again. And therefore, they need like World War III. Because it's quite simple. We can use smaller numbers. If I have like 10, who are the people that hold the sheep, for example? If you have, for example, 10 people that maintain sheep, let's say on each person, one guy can maintain about 1,000 sheep, okay, on one guy, a shepherd, okay, one shepherd, 1,000 sheep. Within those 1,000 sheep, there is like a few problematic sheep. The black sheep, we call them the black sheep, but not because they are, I refer to black people. I'm referring to sheep that are a little bit smarter than the rest of the sheep, and they try to wake up the other sheep, but the other sheep don't listen because these black sheep are not so many. But if that fucking 1,000 sheep becomes 2,000 sheep, one shepherd can't handle 2,000 sheep. So what we see now all around the world is that these shepherds here are losing control over the narrative over these sheep, which we are the sheep, okay? So they need to make sure that the population doesn't go beyond this specific number, because otherwise they can't maintain the herd. In other words, if you have a 1%, 2% or 10% rate of black sheep within a population, 1 million in 10%, a 10% of 1 million is maintainable, or let's say 2 billion or 1 billion. 1 billion, 10% of 1 billion is manageable for 15.7 million shepherds, but 10% of 8 billion is not maintainable for 15.7 million shepherds. And this is what you see now when I open X. I go and I scroll a little bit, or that guy is talking about the shepherds. Oh, she is talking about the shepherds. That guy is talking about the shepherds. She is still talking about the shepherds. This guy is probably also talking about the shepherds. Let's see if he talks about the shepherds. He's also talking about the shepherds. He's definitely talking about the shepherds. See, there is too many of these black sheep that talk about the shepherds at the moment. And that's why they need to reduce the population. How do they reduce the population? They reduce the population by destroying the family unit. They reduce the population by promoting hookup culture. They reduce the population by making porn very accessible. They reduce the population by poisoning the food. They reduce the population by making it undesirable to have multiple children. They reduce the population by promoting feminism and then starting it out as something good and then let it go abroad, something that it doesn't even stand for anymore. Now it's some sort of gender war. Women hate men, men hate women type of vibe, you know, divide and conquer. And they also maintain a good portion of the population by, I would say, 15% of the population currently increasing with LGBTQ that automatically get themselves out of this reproduction cycle. So you maintain the population through various outlets which they all control. That's the power the shepherds hold over the sheep. I'm gonna go sleep now. Have a good night. I hope you enjoyed it.